guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Things are getting heated as the partial government shutdown moves past the 1 week mark.
Reporters watched as Republican Congressman Mike Lawler and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries faced off in a hallway on Capitol Hill.
But you don't want to hear what I have to say. Oh, I'm listening. So why don't you just keep your mouth shut?
On Wednesday, the Senate rejected two competing measures for the sixth time aimed at bringing the shutdown to an end. The Democrats' plan includes health care reforms, while the GOP plan would keep government funding at the same levels until a larger bill could be worked out. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Israel and Hamas are close to a peace deal just days after marking 2 years since the October 7th attacks.
People in Gaza took to the streets to celebrate, while people in New York, which has the largest Jewish population outside of Israel, remain skeptical.
You have to sometimes make an agreement with a party you don't trust because you can't keep on just stretching out and fighting the war.
And I feel like they've done this before where they agree and then they're like, oh, actually, we have extra contingencies that we want to put on it.
As part of the first phase of the agreement, the White House expects remaining hostages to be released, while Palestinian prisoners will also be let go. Israel will also pull back troops in Gaza in stages. I'm Natalie Migliori.
President Trump says he's bringing back Columbus Day.
Thursday at the White House, the president signed a Columbus Day proclamation saying, "We're back, Italians." Former President Biden recognized both Columbus Day and Indigenous Peoples Day, which is meant to honor Native peoples. President Trump has been highly critical of what he calls the woke targeting of Christopher Columbus and other historical figures and how they're being taught in schools. Columbus Day is still a recognized federal holiday, falling this year on Monday, October 13th. Liz Warner, New York.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow fell by 243 points. The S&P 500 lost 18 points, and the Nasdaq also dropped by 18 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The family of the man accused of throwing Molotov cocktails at pro-Israel demonstrators in Colorado earlier this year are asking that he be released from ICE custody.
Mohammed Soliman faces more than 100 charges, including murder and federal hate crimes, in connection to the Boulder incident. Shortly after the alleged attack, his wife and 5 children were detained by ICE in Texas. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A welfare check led to the arrest of a 78-year-old man from Bellevue, Washington, for possession of child sexual abuse material.
Police officers knocked on the door of the man's home. When he didn't answer, they went to the back door and saw a display of several images of child sexual abuse on a desk. Officers questioned the man, who said that he had a large quantity of explicit material at home and in a storage unit. He was arrested and booked into the King County Jail. The investigation is ongoing. I'm Brad Ford.
The pick for the Super Bowl halftime show may have a new controversy to deal with.
Just released video appears to show Bad Bunny sitting during the performance of God Bless America at Yankee Stadium during the playoff game between the Yankees and Blue Jays. TMZ releasing the video showing the Puerto Rican superstar seated behind home plate with friends during the game. Bad Bunny drawing criticism from Republicans, including the president, after it was announced he'll be the halftime show at the big game. Trump and others cited the singer's criticism of ICE and the fact that he's not performing in the U.S. during his tour over immigration fears. I'm Jennifer Bolsoni.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. Helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
What do you say? Cue the microphone, believe it or not. It is that time once again. Here we go. Another new day comes our way. This time around, we're looking at a Friday. So here we go. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A clear night outside the Secret Bunker, Southwest Ohio, 46 degrees at this hour. Notice those overnight lows have been trending lower with each passing night. Yeah, got some frost advisories extending a bit further south as we roll into the early Friday morning. A lot of freeze warnings in the northeastern USA. Yeah, many folks going to be facing the end of growing season, as they call it. Hard freeze warnings for much of eastern West Virginia, northern and western portions of Virginia direct. A good chunk of Pennsylvania, right on up to the heart of New York, obviously into the northeastern USA. Those are all hard freeze warnings. Frost advisories extending now into the northern two-thirds of Indiana, most of Ohio. I mean, we are in the southwest corner, in the southernmost southwest corner county. Yeah, we're not under a frost advisory. Everything north indeed is tonight. So we kick things off with widespread frost and freeze conditions here Thursday night into Friday morning. Much of the interior northeast, in some cases, temperatures are going to be all the way down into the 20s in some of the colder valleys. In the coldest spots, we're going to see some teens by the time the sun comes up Friday morning in upstate New York, northwestern New England. They do tell us some of the major metro areas where some of the buildings and whatnot hold the heat. Frost not expected in the downtown areas. Yeah, New York City, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C. Many suburbs, though, will be experiencing some patchy frost. It will be a killing frost from the mountain valleys of West Virginia, the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia, all the way into northern Maine. Probably the immediate shorelines of Lake Erie, Ontario, Huron. You may escape a heavy frost. We could see another frost in some of the interior northeast Friday night into Saturday morning. Overall, we'll begin to see temperatures warming a bit through the upcoming weekend. We're going to be watching this tropical wind and rainstorm that's going to be developing over the weekend, tracking northward along the eastern seaboard. Depending on the exact track, this system could bring some coastal flooding, strong winds, beach erosion. Forecasters closely monitoring the potential for damaging impacts, particularly in coastal areas of New England and much of the mid-Atlantic. Now, here's the latest information we have on that. Yeah, this system's going to be developing and strengthening, unleashing winds, rain, pounding surf through the upcoming weekend and into early next week. AccuWeather's been kind of warning that this system could evolve into a named tropical storm. It may be more akin to the powerful nor'easters we see that ramp up along the coastline during the winter months. Not going to be concerns of snow with this system, though. This is going to form just off the Georgia coast here as we roll into the day Friday. Gradually, slowly moving northward over the weekend into early next week. As it storms drifting to the north, it's going to be getting stronger with each passing day. Talking about an extended period of stormy conditions, stiffening winds, raising seas, erosive surf, coastal flooding, as well as some much-needed rain for some areas. There's the potential for major coastal flooding stretching from North Carolina to New Jersey and Cape Cod. Yeah, these conditions are going to develop from North Carolina to Delmarva from Friday to Saturday, then expand northward over New Jersey and the New York City area come Sunday. Barrier Island communities and low-lying areas that take on water during a tropical storm or nor'easter, you will likely see flooding from this event. Offshore, waves really building 10 to 20 feet, could grow even higher. The slow-moving nature of the storm, though, means the rains will be continuing, the coastal erosion for several consecutive days. Strong rip currents will be associated as well. Along the immediate coast, winds likely to get strong enough from southeastern Virginia to Delmarva, New Jersey, southeastern New York, and possibly southern New England to see some tree, power line, and property damage. Wind gusts 40 to 60 miles per hour will be frequenting the coastal areas from North Carolina to eastern Massachusetts. Gusts on occasion could surpass hurricane force. Could see gusts approaching 80 miles per hour. The heavy rain will lead to some urban flooding outside of the storm surge areas, generally from the Interstate 95 corridor to the east. This upcoming weekend is going to be a totally night and day difference from what you experienced last weekend along part of the Atlantic coast. Of course, you enjoyed sunshine, warmer temperatures for the mid-Atlantic and New England. It was a beautiful weekend last week. This coming weekend, especially the latter part, shaping up to be very stormy, could be damaging and dangerous due to the risk of flooding and angry seas. Elsewhere in the tropical Atlantic, Jerry's going to be gaining strength and becoming a hurricane in the coming days, but it's going to take that sharply curved track near the northeast Caribbean islands. That's going to steer it east of Bermuda, so no concerns to the U.S. coastal areas per se. Indeed, if it does ramp up to hurricane strength, as we've seen in recent storms, we could be looking at some additional waves pounding the eastern seaboard. Meanwhile, precipitation-wise tonight, what I'm seeing on the radar is a little bit of shower activity over the east coast of Florida there. I think that's the beginning of that system that's going to be tracking up the coast that'll be developing off the coast of Georgia here later today. But we see a lot of precipitation, scattered showers, thunderstorms in the southwestern corner of the country. That is moisture from Priscilla. And we've also got a newly formed tropical storm named Raymond that are sending rounds of heavy rain over parts of northern Mexico and the southwestern USA. Late this week into next week, dangerous flash flooding is likely to unfold in some areas. Priscilla peaked as a Category 2 hurricane earlier this week on Tuesday. The storm is losing wind intensity as it nears Mexico's Baja Peninsula, but the steering currents are going to guide the diminishing circulation northeast over northern Mexico this weekend. The winds drop off, but the moisture will still be in place as a tropical rainstorm. That translates to copious amounts of rain on terrain in parts of northern Mexico, Arizona, southern Utah, western Colorado, western New Mexico. Of course, the arid landscape, the steep elevations, the rocky, hardened soil prevent quick water absorption. That's going to cause flash flooding. We'll be talking debris flows in some areas. Persistent heavy rain increasing the risk of flash flooding through the canyons, the river valleys, the dry stream beds, otherwise known as arroyos. Some troublesome downpours will fall on the Southern California and Southern Nevada deserts. That threat extends to Phoenix, Tucson, Flagstaff, Arizona, Cedar City and Moab, Utah, Farmington and Gallup, New Mexico, Montrose, Colorado. Rain associated with Priscilla. Generally, you'll see 1 to 2 inches over multiple states in the Southwest. Some of that rain may fall in a matter of a few hours. That could lead to flash flooding. In some of the higher impact areas, 2 to 4 inches of rain may fall. Localized areas could see up to 5 inches, parts of Arizona, Utah, and Colorado. Now, AccuWeather says major flooding could result in those areas. As if the rain from one tropical rainstorm wasn't enough, another dose may follow, spanning Sunday and Monday from Tropical Storm Raymond. Raymond likely to track into Mexico a bit further south than Priscilla did, but the rainfall is still going to extend into portions of the USA. Raymond's going to overlap the areas drenched by Priscilla. They're in northern Mexico and the southwestern U.S. That next round of rain could reach further to the southeast as well. In either case, too much rain's going to fall too fast, and we will see a new surge of flash flooding. Similar to Priscilla, rainfall totals of 2 to 4 inches are expected in some areas with Raymond. So we're talking back-to-back system. All said and done, we could be seeing some 10-inch rainfall totals over a period of 4 or 5 days. Now, cities at risk for the greatest risk of flash flooding from Raymond would include Tucson, Arizona, El Paso, Texas, and Las Cruces, New Mexico. Again, a bit further east versus Priscilla's rainfall. Suffice it to say, there are flood watches encompassing southernmost California, much of Arizona, southern half of Utah, the southern reaches of Nevada, southwestern Colorado, as I look at the current weather maps. So welcome in. There's a look at our travelers' weather as we get a new day underway. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive rolls into a Friday.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Well, there we have Philly Band kicking things off here at TGIF. Hope everybody has a great weekend. So, well, what do the Phillies have in common with the government? They're both shut down. I guess that's why it's called Red October. All right, he said congratulations to the Los Angeles Dodgers as they move on. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. The midnight hour, somewhere deep beneath the earth crust, we find the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker. Steve is throwing the breakers, the FR3 antenna up. Stick Shit Eliminator Power Mic is on. It's Friday. The Overnight Drive hammer down. It's 844-844-3388. Hit those digits. Let's go. Get the party started. Everybody stay safe. Watch your six. Enjoy the weekend. Thank you much. Hello, Jeffrey, Southern Florida on board. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Mary Ann in the house. Hello, Crazy Ray, or West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. He said 44 degrees with those clear skies tonight. Yeah, I think you're in that zone where you may see some frost there, Crazy Ray. Let me see. Who we got? Good afternoon. Hammer down. Larry, be safe. 39 degrees in Socrates, New York tonight as we head back to Schenectady. Then it's back to Wilmington, Delaware. We'll reload for Saturday morning. Central Alabama on board. Hello, Jerry. All right. We got the breakdown. Cubs refuse to go quietly. Cubs 6, Brewers 0. So that series is now tied at 2 games apiece. Next game, win or season over. As we just mentioned, Dodgers 2, Phillies 1. Dodgers move to the National League Championship Series, which we then transition to a best of 7, right? The championship series are best of 7, as, of course, is the World Series. All right, 66 degrees here in Central Alabama. Great job on the show, Steve. Thank you, Jerry. Good to have you with us. Hello, Robert Duck. It's home sweet home tonight. Got a Fort Wayne run and then a driveway project for the weekend. Everybody be safe. Norman checking in from the home 20 as well. Been home all week. The Big Tipper getting some much-needed service. Had a blowout last Saturday morning on the way to Wichita. Yeah, Saturday at Casey's in Heston, waiting for a tire. I was going again by about 8 a.m. Got it unloaded back home. Everybody have a good morning. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Country Bumpkin checks in. Morning to the Overnight Drive family. There's Steve from north of the border. Hello, the listeners. Steve from Ottawa. Okay, Buckeye Boy, still out west, right? Checking in from Marana, Arizona, 81 degrees. All right, judging from the weather reports, we're going to get some rain here starting tomorrow, if you haven't already. I'm seeing a lot of shower activity out there in the southwest. I just hope it's not raining around noon local time Sunday so I can do an outdoor loading. If not, it's going to take longer because the dock is much further from the location the equipment's in. We shall see. Not much else going on here, but we did run to the local Walmart to get a script filled. Had transferred from my local pharmacy, picked up some groceries. Well, did you see some of the photos that Doc posted about some of the interesting ladies he's meeting in Unadilla, Georgia? They've got a motorcycle. I saw one of those photos just a few minutes ago here, Buckeye Boy. Yeah, pretty girl. Pretty lady, huh? Doc, she's not your type. Doc, I hope you don't catch something there. All right, have a great night, better weekend. Everybody be careful out there. Indeed. Nancy is on board, ready for another great show. Hope we can deliver there. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler, 71 degrees. Under a waning gibbous moon. Wichita, Kansas tonight. Got the powerful chrome-plated crowd truck pointed north at a high rate of speed. Got an early morning delivery in Minnesota. Then we'll turn it south toward the Weiss compound in southwest Missouri. We'll hang out with the hot blonde wife. It's been a very profitable 3 weeks of fall run. It's about time for a short break here. We never leave home for second place, right? Special shout out to Norman and the Big Tipper from the air capital of the world. Very good. What's up, people? Hello, Michael. Good to have you with us. On down the line we roll as we head into a Friday. All right. Got the latest. Government shutdown continues. I believe we've now had six or seven votes to reopen the government. Yeah, the status quo continues. Deadlocked. No change. Meanwhile, the latest in regards to the Middle East. President Trump's saying this past day he's going to be headed that direction. He'll be headed to the Middle East fairly soon, he said, in light of the historic peace deal announced between Israel and Hamas. He did say, I'm going to try and make a trip over. Speaking at the cabinet meeting this past morning, we're going to try, get over there, working on the timing. We're going to go to Egypt, where we will have a signing. An additional signing, that is. We've already had a signing, but that all the remaining hostages should be released, he's now saying Monday or Tuesday. It's a complicated process, he said, but it will ultimately mark a day of joy. Of course, earlier Wednesday announcing the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, following the approval of the first phase of the peace deal, which both sides, Israel and Hamas, has officially now signed off on. Trump added that people are happy about the long-negotiated peace deal. Yes, I know there were celebrations and dancing in the streets there. Meanwhile, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Things are getting heated as the partial government shutdown moves past the 1 week mark.
Reporters watched as Republican Congressman Mike Lawler and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries faced off in a hallway on Capitol Hill.
But you don't want to hear what I have to say. Oh, I'm listening. Why don't you just keep your mouth shut?
On Wednesday, the Senate rejected two competing measures for the sixth time aimed at bringing the shutdown to an end. The Democrats' plan includes health care reforms, while the GOP plan would keep government funding at the same levels until a larger bill could be worked out. The shutdown has so far lasted over a week. The longest on record happened in 2018 during President Trump's first term and lasted 34 days. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow fell by 243 points. The S&P 500 lost 18 points, and the Nasdaq also dropped by 18 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, underway. A brand new day comes our way. Did I mention we turned the page on the calendar? 10th day of October. There you go, 10/10 of 2025. Of course, you know what happens early on a Friday. We start getting ready for some football. All right, here comes our college football weekend. I believe, technically, they call it week number 7. The weeks are flying by. So it is time once again to welcome the prognosticator of prognosticators, the one and only Big Ed, and the Grump, Mr. Analyst. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Here we go. What's happening, guys?
Well, he's been running around up north there in New York and stuff like that. Looking at leaves and stuff, and I just been trying to stay busy. We got a lot of good games coming up here, Steve. I mean, some good games, and the picks that we got here is all conference games. So
okay,
it's going to be, it's going to be some changes made here. I think this week. Where teams are going to be moving up or moving out or something here. So we've kind of put together a really good list, I think, and go from there. Ed, what do you think, buddy?
Well, unlike this cold weather up there, I'm hoping I get hot this weekend. I'm up there in Vermont. That cold you're talking about supposed to be here in the morning. So
yeah.
I'm going to be winding this stuff down and start back toward warmer climate here about Sunday or Monday. That's for darn sure. So we really enjoyed. Got a lot of good color.
Would you say this is getting into the meat of the season, the heart of the college football season?
Oh yeah. Definitely. This is these next few games here is going to be telling the story of who's going to head to the playoffs and I mean there's some close games. I mean, there's been some close teams out there. There's just very little separating them. So that's kind of my take on it. Ed, what do you think, everybody?
I agree with you 100%. That each week you think, well, it's do or die, and you're getting close to your conference. Later, who's going to play for your conference championships, and so it's getting close to put up or shut up.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to find out.
When I give a ranking, like I say, Florida's number 4. I'm not giving the AP top 25 that they.
You're talking the conference numbers, right? Conference.
Yeah, I give the conference.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
And well, we're going to start off with Friday, tomorrow or today, I guess. We got South Florida and North Texas. South Florida sitting at 4-1. They're number 4 in the AAC. North Texas number 3, and they're 5-0. I'm picking North Texas on this. I think it's going to be a really, really close game. They've both, played a couple of decent teams, but for the most part, they've kind of played out of their potential there, I guess you could say. So I got to go with North Texas. Just doing one of Big Ed's things there and saying picking them because of the home team advantage there.
That's precisely why I'm going with North Texas. I think South Florida just a slight favorite, but I've been in North Texas game. I'm going with North Texas. I think it'll be a close game.
I was looking at
Texas got it one Texas.
I was looking at both their stats, man. I'll tell you what, they're about. If you just swap the names around, you wouldn't know it. They're that evenly matched. So we'll see what happens there. And starting in with the SEC, 11 a.m. playing Saturday, Alabama and Missouri. And they're playing in Missouri for Faurot Field. I'm going with Missouri on this. Looking everything over, Alabama has come back, pretty strong after that butt whipping in the very, first game that they played. But this is, Missouri's just, they're a powerhouse right now. I mean, they're just playing some damn good ball, and I got to go with Missouri on this.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I looked at that game close, Grump, and some of the other prognosticators out there was talking. They felt like Missouri, even though they're 6-0,
5-0,
undefeated, that they played somewhat of a weak schedule, and I kind of agreed with them. And then I believe the last 2 years, Alabama's held the edge. Like last year, they kind of thought that Missouri would take Alabama to the woodshed, and then Alabama end up spanking them.
Yeah, that was a bad game last year.
Yeah, but with that being at Columbia, I'm with you. I think this is Missouri's year, so yeah, I'm gonna go against my grain, and I'm gonna go with Missouri.
Okay.
Yeah. Then we got Oklahoma and Texas starting. They're number 5, Oklahoma number 12, Texas. Texas just has not been impressive at all with me. Oklahoma has. I'm going with Oklahoma on this. 2:30 they're playing, so we'll see what happens. I'm sure Missouri's going to take the Sooners.
Yep. Old Sooners are starting to get that magic back, Steve. And I do believe Mateer will be playing, and that's going to be. I know if he doesn't play, Hawkins is a decent quarterback, and it'll come down to the Oklahoma defense of shutting Texas down. But with Mateer throw back into the offense, yeah, I'm going with my Sooners. Boomer Sooner.
Boomer.
Last SEC game we're looking at here is Georgia and Auburn. Georgia is 4-1. Auburn's 3-2. Playing at Auburn, number 6 and number 15 in the conference. I'm going with Auburn on this. I kept looking it over and everything and thinking about this, and I thought, I think, Auburn has played some good teams. They played Oklahoma, and I mean they've done damn good this year, really. For 3-2, you would think they'd be a lot different than that. But they. I think they got it what it takes to beat Georgia, so I'm going with Auburn.
Interesting.
Well, I'm going to go against the Grump. I'm going with Georgia. I'm sticking with Georgia.
Okay.
Because I don't think Auburn. Georgia's got too much of a defense for them, so it'll be Georgia.
Okay.
Then we got, we're starting on the Big Ten. We got number 2, Ohio State, and we got number 5, Illinois. 5-0 on Ohio and 5-1 on Illinois. I got to go with Ohio State on this. I picked them to sweep it, and I think that's what they're going to do. 11 o'clock is when they play. So I'm going.
And I'm right there with you on that too, Grump. Until Ohio State proves otherwise, your prediction that they might go all the way is hanging right there, and they ain't upset the pony cart yet. So I'm with Ohio State.
So that means we're going to have to do the split screen thing because you got Alabama and Mizzou playing at the exact same time as Ohio State and Illinois.
I watch 4 games at once.
Really?
Yes, I do. I put up 4 games at once.
He's got that new technology where he can watch 4 games.
Yeah, I do. And let's see here. Still Big Ten. We got now. This is going to be a tough game right here. This is going to be number 1 ranked Indiana against number 3 ranked Oregon. I looked at that and looked at that and looked at that and went back. Indiana has won for the last 60 years. They beat Oregon. Oregon hasn't. Well, let me put it another way. Oregon hasn't beaten Indiana in 60 years, and I kept looking at the backfield and the stats that Indiana's put up, and with the ball in the air, and they've done a hell of a job, and that's something that Oregon hasn't done that well. They played, of course, Penn State. That was a good game, but they also got some damn good breaks in Penn State. Playing against Penn State, or I think Penn State would have stomped on them. So I'm going with Indiana on this one.
Well, man, I'm sticking with Oregon. It's just, I thought it showed a lot of character when they traveled all the way across the country and beat Penn State in Happy Valley. And then I know with Penn State going out there losing to UCLA, it showed their weakness. Even though I don't agree with Coach Franklin that he was kind of crying, well, we had to travel all the way out there to California. Well, okay, why did Oregon come out there and beat you? I just think that Oregon, I think Penn State is a better team than what lost out there at UCLA. Therefore, it still gives that Oregon win there in Happy Valley a good shine. So I'm gonna go with Oregon.
And let's see here. The last Big Ten matchup here is going to be Michigan and USC. Michigan number 4, USC number 6. Both are 4-1. That's playing at 6:30. All these are Central Time, so that's playing at 6:30 Central. So that's another flip of the coin right there. But I think Michigan has what it takes to beat them. Michigan's played some really good football this year. So is USC. I mean, they haven't been a slouch, but I think Michigan's they're going to hold up on this one, and they're going to go to USC and come back a victor on that.
And there we're going to separate again. That makes 3 games and separate.
It is, yes.
We're doing 11 games this time tonight here, Steve.
Okay.
Yeah, we
just go ahead, Drum.
No, we couldn't. We had an extra game there that we both thought that should have been that needed to be in there, and so yeah, we're going to go with 11 games. So
yeah, but I'm going to go with USC just for the fact that it's being played out there. I'll give USC. I think Michigan's slight favorite too, as far as the lesser prognosticators ain't as good as I am.
They were favored. Then we got Big 12. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but anyway, I'm going with USC.
Okay, I got you down here, USC. There, we got Big 12 starting at 6:30 tomorrow night. Kansas and Texas Tech. Number 7, Kansas. Number 2, Texas Tech. I went with Texas Tech on this. They're playing in Texas, and that's another team right there that has just been impressive. They're down one loss, but still they played some hellacious football this year, and so I got to go with Texas Tech on that one.
Yep, and I'm right there with you. I don't think Kansas got what it takes to shut down that passing game that Texas is going to unleash on them, especially with them playing at home.
Yep.
So we're right there together on that one, Texas Tech.
Okay, still Big 12, 7 o'clock. They're playing tomorrow night, or Saturday night. You got number 1 BYU and playing number 8 Arizona. BYU's 5-0, Arizona's 4-0 or 4-1. They're playing in Arizona, so I'm going with Arizona on this. I think they can do it. I'll leave it at that. I got to go with Arizona on that.
Well, we're going to separate there. I just think BYU is a stouter team, and they're always playing I look for it. Comes down to BYU and maybe Arizona State, or if Cincinnati can win out, one of them and taking on BYU in the Big 12. So until they change my mind, I'm going to go with BYU.
Okay. We got 9:15 playing still Big 12. We got number 3 Arizona State, 5-0. They're going to be matched up with Utah, number 11, 4-1. I got to go with Arizona State on that. They're playing in Utah, so. But that's, like I said, they just Arizona State's played some really good football this year. They've kept penalties down and been able to move the ball on the ground pretty good. So I think that's a little bit better than what Utah has done. But that's one reason why I went with Arizona State.
And I looked at their records. And once again, the posters are going with Utah, but Arizona with the Russian and especially the Russian part. I was impressed that running back at Arizona State, and I think Arizona State's rushing is what's going to. It'd be like that game that they pulled out against, who was it, at Tech when they beat them? So I'm going with Arizona State. Just,
okay.
To me, based on their record, they're just, even though the posters are, and I think that game's been played at Utah.
Yes, it is.
So they get a quiet, the slight home field advantage, but I'm going with Arizona State.
And we, on the 11th game we decided to put in there is still, it's a Big 12 game. We decided to go with UFC and Cincinnati on that one. Cincinnati 4-1, playing in Cincinnati. I got to go with Cincinnati on this. That team is just strong. That is just a strong team.
And based on their performance last week, and because I feel sorry for you, Steve, 'cause I know you kind of love Cincinnati Bearcats, and out of my respect for you, which I have a whole lot, but I'm going with Cincinnati.
Yeah, the truth will set you free. The truth slips out there.
I wouldn't backstab you, Steve. Not for all the money in the world.
Then
I'm with Cincinnati.
I got you down here, Cincinnati. You got, let's see here, sleeper games. Big Ed is looking at Nebraska and Maryland. That's a Big 10 game. That's 2:30 tomorrow, or 2:30 Saturday. Go ahead.
I think they both got the same record.
Yeah, they're a game apart as far as conference.
Based on, I'm going to Nebraska, and Bailey based on their offensive power that they got old Dana Holgorsen, their offensive coordinator, and right now he got that offense firing on all cylinders, and so I'm picking Nebraska to beat Maryland, and I think they're playing that at Maryland, and I think Nebraska's offense will take it to the wire and beat them.
And on mine, I kind of looked things over, and I decided I'd go with South Carolina and LSU. They're playing at LSU. I don't think there's going to be a problem with LSU beating South Carolina, but you never know. We kind of talked about that one, and LSU's got to win to stay in the contention there. He, in South Carolina, has got to win to kind of get back into things, and it's they haven't been that impressive this year, but I think LSU is gonna handle that pretty easy. They're number 8, LSU number 11, South Carolina. So I think I got to go with LSU on that one.
Well, Grump, I'm telling you, man, we talked about that earlier today, and man, which the loss ain't going to count against you. Because man, that's a pretty good pick, man. South Carolina was all that disappointed me all dang year, but So my hat's off too that you'd picked them. All I know is how many games we separated here. 4?
That is
let's
correct.
see here.
4 games. Yep.
1. Yep.
Either you're going to be stomping a mud hole in me by the weekend, or you're going to be starting on a mud hole, or I'm going to be slightly ahead of you. One of the two.
Yeah, we may split it 2 and 2.
That's what's good. I was just going to say, you'll end up splitting them. You'll both win 2 and be deadlocked again.
Yep.
It's been an interesting year, and Grump, he's good grief, he definitely giving me a run for my money. Where he gets more into analytics of it than, I'm just going based off a good feel for home field advantage and the pride of the game. It's just like the Oklahoma Texas game. That can swing any way, but I just feel like Oklahoma, with the emotions of that game, that's always a big game. So that's going to be what must-watch TV. All these games, when you look at them, if they're on, man, it's must-watch. That's what I say, guys, man. What are you going to do all weekend? Sit around listening to your motors hum if you're out there on the road? Pull over and watch some good college football.
That's right.
And you will flat enjoy it.
That's right. That's about what I do, man. I just find me a place to perch and set in my truck and watch. Got internet, hooked up to my TV, so I can watch a bunch of games and stuff like that. And I ain't got to stand there and listen to a bunch of dumbass truck drivers that, arguing over, which is better, a Peterbilt or a Freightliner, that kind of thing. And so,
What about you, Steve? Are you going to find yourself going to the Cincinnati game?
No, I won't be going to a game. I may. I don't know. We'll have to see if we can find ourselves some time to.
When's the last time you've been to a good college football game?
I would say I've never been to one.
You need to go. Seriously, you need to go. It's if the weather's agreeable. I mean, if you're like me, I don't like going anymore. I used to love going to the Oklahoma games, and anymore I just soon watch it on TV. But if you ain't never experienced that, especially if you tailgate, you go tailgate. Man, I used to tailgate like crazy. That's a fun experience of college football, going out tailgating, enjoying the camaraderie and the back and forth with the opposing fans, and just really enjoying it. It's worth it, And I'm sure. I don't think, it's like the Oklahoma Texas game. It's going to cost you a $500 bill if you want to go to that game. Where at Cincinnati, and I ain't saying this putting anybody down, it's just I'm sure their NIL numbers aren't off the charts, so therefore I would assume their ticket prices are still reasonable for the working man, if that's what you want to call it. What I call the working man tickets, but it'd be worth it. Sometime you go out and go take the princess with you, and you're gonna enjoy a good. Really, I think you would like it. You ought to try it sometime.
Okay, I've been to plenty of high school football. I've been to a college baseball game, and of course a lot of wrestling. But that was high school with Luke and Max, all the wrestling we used to go to. But
yeah. I just want serious. One time, I don't know how many home games Cincinnati's got left, even if you don't get it done this year. I would seriously think you'd go one of the premier teams come in, you know, somebody like OU comes in, it'd be worth going watching him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, somebody like OU come in, naturally Cincinnati. You know, I think Cincinnati, along with, you know, I think we talked about it before, several years back before they got into the Big 12, they come into Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that was they was fine for Oklahoma.
That was a good game, yeah. Hey, I got to pause there as we hit the news break.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he'll only cut programs that impact one party as the government shutdown rolls on.
We'll be cutting some very popular Democrat programs that aren't popular with Republicans, frankly, because that's the way it works. They wanted to do this.
Trump told reporters today that cuts will only get worse the longer the shutdown continues, and they will be permanent. He went on to say the Democrats caused the shutdown, and they'll soon be getting a taste of their own medicine. Trump again said Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is bowing to the radical left base of his party. The partial federal government shutdown is in its 9th day. President Trump says Israel and Hamas have agreed to the first phase of his proposed peace plan. Trump posted on Truth Social, all of the hostages will be released very soon, and Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed-upon line.
Phase 1 of the agreement includes the release of Israeli hostages held by Hamas in exchange for Palestinian prisoners detained by Israel. But the Jerusalem Post says Israel will not release Hamas terrorists from the Nukba force who carried out the October 7th massacre. This, even as President Trump says the first phase of a Gaza ceasefire deal set to be signed today. Israeli officials also confirm select other top Palestinian prisoners, including Marwan Barghouti and Ahmad Saadat, will remain behind bars. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The United Nations is short on cash and will begin cutting its peacekeeping operations.
A senior UN official confirms it will be cutting a quarter of its peacekeeping force in the months ahead. According to a report by Reuters, uncertainty about UN funding from the U.S. is the top concern. The official said the cuts would amount to over 13,000 UN troops and police being downsized. The U.S. is the largest contributor to the UN peacekeeping force and accounts for over 26% of its funding. I'm Rory O'Neill.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My Financial Fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Former FBI Director James Comey is seeking a speedy trial.
Comey appeared in an Alexandria, Virginia courtroom after formally pleading not guilty to charges related to his 2020 congressional testimony. The charges include 1 count of making a false statement to Congress and 1 count of obstructing a congressional proceeding. The case is connected to Comey's testimony before Congress in 2020. He's accused of lying to the Senate Judiciary Committee about leaking information from the FBI's Trump-Russia investigation that began in 2016. A trial has been set for January, and he faces up to 5 years in prison if convicted. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The U.S. Postal Service has changed the way it handles postmarks, and this could cause ballots in Washington elections to not be counted.
The new rule means a postmark will no longer indicate the date the Postal Service first accepts a piece of mail. Normally, mail collected on Election Day gets a postmark for that day. Now, those ballots could be postmarked after the day they're collected. Voters can go into a post office and ask for a manual postmark or use an official county drop box before 8 p.m. on Election Day. I'm Brad Ford.
A new map is revealing what the most popular Halloween candy in different parts of the U.S. is.
According to DoorDash, a large part of the Midwest, including Ohio and Illinois, favors Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. Americans in other parts of the Midwest, like Michigan and Wisconsin, are more likely to grab Twizzlers Twists as their go-to candy. Texans favor Trolley Gummies, while Floridians seem to love Skittles. Out west, states like California and Nevada have Snickers as their favorite Halloween treat. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
We officially work our way into a brand new day. And we'll call it a Casual Friday. All right, trust you've had a good week. Weekend almost here. All right, so we got our college football picks. All right, Ed, Grump had to roll, as he typically has to do. Business to tend to, you know, so... All right, let me click. I apologize. Double click.
Yeah, there
he
you
is. There he is.
There you go. But anyway, Steve, you know, I remember when them Kelce brothers were playing at Cincinnati and they come in and played Oklahoma. And first half, I mean, they took them right to the damn cleaners, and then OU was able to pull it off. That was the year before they really come out with that. I think that year they finished, Cincinnati finished undefeated, and everybody was talking about them getting into the
right,
yep. Playing for a national championship, which they got, rugged because everybody said, oh, well, they ain't that big of a powerhouse. But anyway, you ought to go watch the game. Now, I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Would you know fake money if somebody handed it to you?
Would I do what?
Would you know fake money? In other words, counterfeit money?
Probably.
Well, all I know, somehow or another, and because Denise and I, we had a big garage sale before we got married.
Yeah.
And somehow or another, she got saddled with about $25 worth of fake money. And when I know it wasn't me, cause
yeah,
like we'd stop at the casino, and she said, well, I got this $10 bill, I can't get it to go in the machine. And I looked at it and I said, well, it's fake. Damn counterfeit.
Yeah.
So, just by looking at it. And so I took it up to the cage and said, hey, can you give me 2 5s for the 10? And that's what they did, lucky me. So I got, 10 of it back, and then today I said, hey, give me $1 here. I need to run in the store. And she handed me $1, and it was fake as a fake can be. I said, where'd you get that? She said, well, I got several of them. I said, well, that's some more of that fake money we got saddled with. So I thought, well, heck. So I took real money in, and I thought, what the hell am I going to do with this thing, this fake money? And I thought, well, heck, somebody gives me crappy service, I'll just tip them some fake money. What the heck? That's wrong. So
that's just
wrong.
I mean,
I know it's wrong. Go ahead.
I can't see. I just don't. I wouldn't think people would counterfeit. Singles and tens. I mean, counterfeits normally they try to at least a 50 or 100. They try to counterfeit, but
no, they do. Over in my part of the country, we got a bad drug problem over in that part of the country.
Well, for those folks, I guess, $10 is a big thing to them, right, to get their next hit.
Right, and so every time I turn around, it's twice this year that it come out in the news, or our local news today, and they'd show pictures of it that you need to what you need to be watching for. But somehow or another, she got saddled with it, and so I've been doing my just duties, and I'm thinking, okay, I'll either give it to somebody to give me crappy service, or pass it on to some of these guys sitting on the street corner don't want to get off their ass and go to work. That's another story in itself.
Well, don't get caught.
But anyway,
don't get caught passing it on, Ed. Even if you know it's fake, you can get in trouble for passing it yourself.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. You're right. You're right. It is. But I'm thinking, well, how do I get my damn money back?
Yeah.
But that's the way. Truly, and what you just said is right. People need to educate themselves when somebody's handing you money, spot it and stop it right there. Say, hey, that's fake. I'm not taking that. That's the best way the illegals, the drug dealers, what have you, that wants to cause instability in a country is to attack your monetary system. And that's the one way they go after it is passing out fake money. And if you as a consumer don't educate yourself on it, you can get burnt real damn fast. It's just like when there a couple of hotels I was trying to get a room, and they said, well, we don't take cards, we just take cash. No, you're going to take a card. I'm not going to deal in cash. And everybody says, well, they want to go to a cashless society. And I can see why, because, to me, cash is easier to if you're trying to, what do they call that, wash it, per se. It's easier to do that when you got cash. Mm-hmm. But when you got records of transactions, you can't, that leaves a trail. And a lot of these people, they don't like doing recorded transactions. They want to deal in cash.
Damn it.
You there?
Yeah, Grump's back on.
I'm here.
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah.
He's cussing somebody.
Going a little. Yeah, damn car there. I was in a construction zone. You wouldn't believe this, Steve. Well, I had to hang up. I'm at the Flying J in Kansas City, and I started to leave, and you got an entrance and an exit. I pulled around the exit, and there's a truck that's sitting crossways on top of one of them big damn rocks. And and he dollied his trailer down, and he can't get out from underneath it because he's on one of them rocks. But it cut the. I looked underneath it there, and it cut the damn harness, so everything's dead. And so I walked around the front. I said, what's going on, man? And he said, I don't know. He said, hit a rock, I think. I said, I'm pretty damn sure you hit a rock. And guys from Africa had some other guy with him that couldn't speak a word of English either. And they just, this guy that I was communicating with, he could converse, but that was about it. But, man, I'll tell you what, how in the hell do you hit a rock that's 3 foot tall and get your truck up on it? Well, he's going to be there. I said, you're going to have to call a wrecker. Somebody get you off that. I'll call dispatch. I said, I don't think your dispatcher has a wrecker, dude. You're going to have to call somebody. So I had to back out and blindside around between the scale and another truck. And while I'm doing that, I got one of these Ego Express morons that come out of a parking space, and he's trying to ease by me as I'm blindsiding around. So I stopped, blowed the horn, stopped, got out, and I said, dude, are you just freaking stupid or what? And here's another one. Could hardly speak a damn word of English. He said, need fuel. I said, well, why don't you let me get out of your damn way then, and you can get all the fuel you want. But, man, I'll tell you what, I hope that it's like, forever one they take off the road, 10 more of these dumbasses pop up. So I don't know, buddy.
Wow.
I don't know if they're going to get it done or not. But, yeah, he's sitting up on that damn rock over there. He's all, got his trailer all dollied down and all cockeyed and stuff and just smoking and, where he, sitting there trying to run it. And, when the
You wonder what they've been smoking that they could do that. And I know right where you're at. You say you're at the Flying J there in North Kansas City?
Yeah, right there on Front Street.
Yeah,
right exit 57 there on 435. Yeah, he's sitting there just all twisted up and everything, and just happy as a lark. I think I hit rock. I'm pretty damn sure you did. If you take a good look at it out here, come here. I said, I'll show you where yeah, he's just all kinds of messed up there. And of course, I said, you need to pull a battery cable because you're getting some arcing going on there or something. I don't care. I said, I ain't doing it. Bye. I got in the truck and left. Man, I tell you, it's just amazing, how what we're dealing with out here. But the reason, you got a $10 bill, Eds, because 5s and 10s are the most are the ones that are least likely to be checked. People will look at the 10, they'll look at that 10 number up in the corner, and they just put it in their pocket, and away they go. They're the least likely ones to be checked. You got to, look at it pretty close. A lot of these counterfeiters will wash the actual dollars. They'll in a bleach solution. Just
yeah,
bills,
you can tell by feeling it. You can tell by feeling it.
Oh yeah,
you can tell by feeling it, and you can tell actually by the color.
Yeah, and it's yeah, man. I'll tell you, it's been quite a night. Driving here, it's I got to go up to Nebraska and turn around and come right back. But it's, I do this every day, every night, and been doing this for, a couple of weeks now, and it's a good run, stuff. I get used to running night skin, and I was running down to a big food warehouse down in St. Charles, Missouri, and I was on a regular run doing that for a while there. But man, I'll tell you what, you think truck drivers are frustrated? You ought to see the guards. I mean, literally, that guard down there, he said, if I was bald-headed, I'd be pulling my damn hair out with these idiots. I mean, seriously. They pull in there, and they have no clue, what the hell they're doing. Nothing. It's just they'll hold a bill up in front of him, and, yeah, appointment number. You got appointment number. sit there and shake their head. They have no idea. You got a piece of paper that you have to fill out with your truck number and all that, and they'll stand there and look at it for 10 minutes, and the guy's truck number, truck number. He just keeps saying it. Like I said, if there's 200,000 of these immigrants out here that's driving truck right now, like they estimate on these non-domiciled drivers, I believe it. I think they've put them on. And one other thing that's really getting me, and I kind of noticed that today, was these damn dump truck drivers and rock haulers. We had I was getting ready to turn left at a stoplight. It turned green, and I hear a horn blowing and look up. Dude blew right through the damn light. They and had to be running 50 mile an hour. Well, a cop got him down the road there, and he got out. Hispanic, he he looked the part like he'd jumped the border or something there. I mean, raggedy clothes and stuff like that. And, people are hiring these guys to drive dump trucks and stuff like that because, hell, they can pay them $5 an hour or whatever. They don't need to pay any kind of wages. And that's we've talked about this before, Steve. I wish the hell they'd go after the businesses. I wish they would just go, make it a $50,000 fine per day, for every business that's hiring illegal aliens, and it, you listen to them talk about, look how much they bring to the economy, how much state and local taxes that they bring in, sales tax and stuff like that. Yeah, and look at they're jacking people's damn Social Security numbers and everything else, and buying houses and cars and stuff like that under somebody else's under an assumed name. And businesses are not that stupid. They know damn well when they show a Social Security number, they can look at it and see where in the hell you're from. Mine's 326. That's out of Illinois. The first three numbers, that's Illinois. It just blows your mind how businesses will put these people on like it's going to save them a damn dollar. It's not. In the long run, it's going to cost them a hell of a lot more because if I know of a business that's hiring a bunch of illegals, I'm not doing business with them. I don't want to go around them. Put some in America. I don't care if we pay more. Pay a little bit more, big damn deal. At least we know who we're dealing with. I've said it before. I'd probably come up to America and find me a job too if I was in their position. But the first damn thing I'd do would be try to make my country better before I'd go screw up somebody else's. And that seems to be what they're doing here, just flooding the border and hat in hand and saying,
a lot of them. Like President Trump keeps saying, they're coming up there for all the milk and honey that the Democrats are wanting to give out.
Yeah,
it's just like been traveling this here last couple of weeks. You try to go get a hotel and some of them they're housing these illegals and they're housing these homeless. It's based on what their local agreement with their local government is. Because I asked them, I stayed at one place over there, Towanda, New York, and I asked them, I said, what's the damn deal with all the homeless people around here? And he said, well, we got to give so many of them rooms. And yet you want me to pay you $125 a night so I can spend the night with the homeless? So damn, that just... that ain't going to work. I pull in, I look around. If I see a bunch of kids and bicycles out there in front of the hotel, I'd pull right out of there. I'm not going to be forced to stay because some local government wants to house illegals or homeless people. And I know I'm profiling, okay? I know I'm profiling. I shouldn't do it. But to me, maybe a lot of it has to do with our health or lacking the funding for health care. They just take these. See, back when I was growing up, Steve, and I don't know if you remember, I'm sure Grump does, we had mental health institutions.
Yes. Yep.
Right? And they went in and shut all that down. Well, guess what they done with them? They just throw them out here to the wolves. And that's what you see on a lot of the streets. when you see a guy riding the bicycle with a Casper the Ghost mask on, you think, boy, he ain't altogether there. Somebody standing on the street corner arguing with themselves. And not all of them are drug addicts. They're just mental, unstable people. And that's a big thing, you know. To me, to fix the problem, you're going to have to go back to funding mental health care facilities where it ain't these people need to be locked up in jail. They need to be locked up where they can be cared for, because I'm sorry, they don't have the mental capacity of operating out here in a regular society. And I'm serious as a heart attack. I'm not saying it put people down. I'm just saying it from what I observed and what I've known the past to be, that there are people that need to be in mental health institutions, and that's not going to happen if our government doesn't fund it. Don't need to necessarily fund more jails. Let's do something about the mental health and whether we like it or not, they are citizens. All right? And they do need help, but they're not getting that help that they need. I know that sounds like I'm coming across as a liberal. I'm not. I'm coming across as a conservative and compassionate individual.
Mm-hmm.
That's where they need to start focusing some of this funding, doing something about our mental health and funding these various states to help these citizens that are thrown out there on the streets. And you see it in these inner urban areas where a lot of them congregate, and it's out there. It's sad.
The one thing I look at though on that is 10 years ago I was out in California, out in Madera, California, at a diner, and I'm in there, and this guy walks in. He'd been out front, and this girl was really nervous. The waitress or the hostess that was seating people, and I was sitting there waiting to get a seat. And she was really nervous. She kept looking at this guy. He walks in, and then he says, "I'm going to kill somebody," and had a damn knife. So I jumped on him, and me and a big old Mexican kid there, we kind of choked him out and took the knife away from him, just sat on him till the cops got there. They knew him by name, and they said, "Here's what's going to happen. We're going to take him into jail, process him in. They're going to do an evaluation on him that takes about 4 hours. And then he is sane enough to sign himself out." And that's the problem with so much of this homeless out here right now, and so much of the mental issues, is that they are sane enough to sign themselves out to know that they do not want to be somewhere like, in an insane asylum. They are happy out here on the damn streets, and the ones that you see that really needs the help, has just been, cast out from society and stuff like that. They're not necessarily getting that kind of help because they're linked in the same category as them idiots that just, are stoned out of their minds and things like that. So it's kind of I look at it a couple different ways. I'd like to see some more, mental health stuff here, but I don't want to spend a ton of damn money on people that's, going in for evaluations and getting a $2,000 evaluation, and then 2 hours later they're signing themselves out. There should be some reason or some way of a court stepping in and saying, you don't have the mental capacity to sign yourself in or out. So therefore, I'm going to remand you to some facility, until you do have that capability. And it's just, I know drugs plays a big role in it. And, it's I don't know. My mom worked at nursing homes and things that had mentally, challenged people in there and stuff. And, a lot of good people. We taught one how to ride a bicycle. He was 30 years old, taught him how to ride a bicycle. And he went around town stealing everybody's bicycles. He didn't know he was stealing them. Hell, he'd see it laying there. He'd just jump on it. Nobody cared. People were like, all right, that's Terry. We'll run him down. He'll give up the bike. He might cry, which he would do, but he would always give up the bike. But, I don't know. I
know it sounds like what I'm saying, money will cure the problem. It it probably won't cure the problem 100%. It's even these judges. Their hands are tied. The court system's hands are tied. And that's why you see these judges releasing a lot of these people. And okay, just like this individual you're talking about, he goes and for an evaluation. Well, those people that are doing the evaluating, they know that their hands are tied. So they let the individual say, well, I don't want to be here, so they just let them sign themselves out and they leave. That guy right there, what you're talking about, is a prime. If the judge had the power, and the power comes from the laws that the politicians pass, that he could say, okay, I'm recommending you to this mental institution, and you're going to stay there until the mental professionals declare you fit for society, where that mental professional is going to get that individual in there. And he's not going to feel the pressure of just letting them walk. You see where I'm coming from with that?
Right.
Because he's going to have the funding, he'll be able to do his job. So a lot of it goes back to our politicians, and that's why I say it goes back to when they quit funding mental health care, because they've just sold these nuts. And what's sad about that, and I shouldn't call them nuts, let's just say they're, the short-minded people, they're weak. They're weak in their thinking, and guess who preys on them? Your drug dealers.
Yeah.
To them, that's a customer.
And right there, I gotta take a time out. And we'll come back with more after this, rolling into a Friday.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is pointing the finger at his Republican colleagues as the partial government shutdown continues in its 9th day.
They urge Republicans to back away from their corner and have serious negotiations with the American people, serious negotiations that the American people deserve and expect before people get sick.
A pair of measures to reopen the government fell short of the 60 votes needed. Around 750,000 federal workers have been furloughed due to this shutdown. A memo circulating from the White House Office of Management and Budget reportedly suggests that at least some of the workers are not guaranteed back pay. Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow fell by 243 points. The S&P 500 lost 18 points, and the Nasdaq also dropped by 18 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
It looks like we may be about to see the beginning of a transition to some wintry precipitation in parts of the western USA. And a post from the Wyoming DOT District 5, Northwest Wyoming. Just some of the models are depicting maybe the next couple weeks shaping up to be a snowmaker across the western USA. From the Cascades to the Rockies, several models are hinted at multiple rounds of potential heavy snow, with totals piling up in the higher elevations. Which I know historically, that is not uncommon this time of year. Yeah, for so many years when we were, when we started off doing our cruises, we would go in the month of October. In most occasions, we tried to go when me and the Princess would celebrate our birthdays. My birthday, October 15, Princess, October 18, and I just remember year after year, we'll be on the cruise somewhere down in the Caribbean, 100-degree weather, humidity, you're sweltering, and you could go back to your cabin and you could turn on the news channels, and normally they would, for whatever reason, they would have one particular channel was out of Denver. That was just one of the stations that they featured. And they'd be showing the roadways, Colorado, Wyoming, the mountain passes, and all the snow. Is like, look what we're going to get to go home to. So it's not uncommon. This is the time of year things begin to change out west. That's why, of course, the chain restrictions, the chain laws, I guess you'd say, have pretty much already kicked in. Wyoming, you've got to be carrying those chains to be ready when the time comes. Meanwhile, got us a Friday underway. Let me see. Horse Feathers sends me an email. Off tonight. No orders. All right, nobody ordering propane right now. It won't be long. That'll be changing, though. All right. Crazy Ray, what do you say? Give the Steve Summers Overnight Drive a big thumbs up for those on YouTube. He's on YouTube right now. Helps the program get in front of more YouTube viewers. Thank you, Crazy Ray. Cap and Ron. Again, we have not heard. He said, dead headset. But we are still one day closer to the greatest day of the week. Semper Fi shout out to Knucklebuster and the Donut Man. Oh, yeah, go blue. I think, Big Ed, Grump, they were both on the same page, were they not, with Michigan this weekend? I do believe. No, they were split on that one. All right, so Trump took your Michigan, go blue. Big Ed went with USC on that one. All right, Kentucky Ken checks in this early Friday. Good morning to the Overnight Drive crew and Steve Summers. Kentucky Ken still trying to get better. I saw your post. I shared, Ken had a stroke. He didn't really, Ken, I guess they caught it early, as you were saying. I don't know. Can you give us some details, how things are going? It wasn't like a severe stroke, right? Was it a mini stroke or something like that? Anyway, he said, keep praying, stay safe, everybody. All right, we are thinking about you there, Kentucky Ken. Things just, you never know from one day to the next, right? Strange things. Daniel, he said, wait a second. Truck drivers arguing over Peterbilt or Freightliner? Which one's better? Everyone knows Diamond, the best truck around. Go ahead, Daniel. Start an argument. That's what he means. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday, hump day, whatever day. Horse Feathers did say, hey, Becky, just for you. 5 days till Steve's birthday. Yeah, you're right. 25 days till Election Day. Wow, we're down to 47 days till Thanksgiving. Here come the holidays, folks. Got my usual run tonight. And after I finish up Sunday morning, I will be starting a staycation for my birthday. So I want to wish Steve a happy early birthday, as well as Jolly's wife, Gilligan's wife, Renegade, and anybody else celebrating a birthday next week. I mentioned October, it's a lot of birthdays in the month of October. We've got clear, moonlit night, 46 degrees, roll the nice 64 in Indiana. Be safe out there. Have a good weekend when you get to it. All right. Meanwhile, I suppose we will not be hearing Brother Rambler's voice this Friday morning because he mentioned yesterday there in the final hour that he was going to be going. He's had some vocal cord issues and said he was going to be going to the doctor this past day. He posted here a bit earlier this past evening. He said, attention, God's children. Here's what Dr. Burton said and diagnosed. I guess they did the scope thing down the throat. He did scope. And this is the results. He said, my vocal cords are slightly damaged, not badly damaged, but he is, it's caused the damage. It's two factors. Number one, acid reflux, which he has written a prescription for. Number two, excessive talking and straining my voice. I've been ordered to give my voice 2 weeks of vocal rest. Doctors told me no long conversations, no whispering, no yelling or hollering. Told me not to be on the phone long, no longer than 5-10 minutes. Drink mint tea to help soothe the vocal cords. He stressed to me about vocal rest. He said that's the only way this is going to get better. And to also make sure I take the acid reflux meds. All right. I'm not sure. As far as the acid reflux is concerned, one of our callers had actually mentioned to me when I was talking about having a lot of acid reflux about a year ago. It's probably been several years, right? But they've got the over-the-counter. I believe it's famotidine is the actual ingredient. Yeah, there's generic brands. It's called like Acid Pep. Let me see, Acid Pep. It's pretty much the same thing as the prescription meds, but the active ingredient is famotidine. And whenever I'm going to be eating something that's spicy or a lot of grease, they really do help. So, but I'm assuming, well, there's a reason his handle is Brother Rambler. He tends to talk a lot. So I guess the word is for the folks on the telephone conversations and whatnot, let him have a bit of a rest, a bit of a break for the vocal cords. All right, there's the update. Let me see. You got a Friday Eagle. What's going on? Ready for the weekend?
Yeah, I'm ready for the weekend, but look like I'm gonna be stuck on the road driving this weekend. Maybe try to get back to Texas next week. I'm going to the car race at Austin, Texas, the Formula One.
Really?
They're gonna be in the U.S. next week. Yeah, Formula One. They come to the U.S. once a year. At that, I forgot what the name of that track is. And with NASCAR, they race there too on the same road. They use that road course facility. I forgot what the name of that they race split track is called, but they race on the same track. The Formula One cars too. So it's gonna be a good race next week. So I'll definitely be there. It's in Austin. It's west of Austin. It's only like about 10 or 15 miles from Austin, Texas, the racetrack. So I'll definitely be there next week watching that. So I'll be out on the road this week and make me some money so I have some money to spend when I get there next week, because Formula One is expensive sport for T-shirts and all that stuff. But it's expensive, just like NASCAR, But just like NASCAR is, NASCAR is expensive too for the merchandise and all that. It's definitely cheap. But yeah, I'll be there. I'll definitely be there next week. Hopefully the weather, they can race. That's one good thing about Formula One. It's not like NASCAR. They can run in the rain too. So if it rains, they got special tires they put on the car. They can run in the rain or the dry track. So you're going to see a race. I'm not wasting my money. You're going to see a race one way or the other next week. Whether it rain or it don't rain, they're going to race. Unless it's a flood or something like that. But, I got a couple of things I wanted to talk about, Steve. I tried to call last night, but I fell asleep. But, I wanted to talk, and then what happened today even clarified even more, so it may be better I waited until today. Now, I remember talking to you a long time, a couple of years ago, when Donald Trump when he wasn't president, and remember Donald Trump was going in and out of court on a daily basis in New York. The judge forced him to go to that case every day in New York and sit in that cold courtroom as like a punishment to Donald Trump. And you used to see Donald Trump walk out of the courtroom mad as hell, talking about, what might happen in the future. Well. Something I found out through all this, Steve. If you're going to do something to somebody, you better finish the job, because if you don't finish the job, that person is coming after you hard and heavy. Now look at the names of the people that have been indicted. This woman just today, this woman that tried to have Donald Trump put in jail. Okay, Comey, and then the guy that used to be his defense guy, I forgot what his name, a couple of weeks ago. All these people tried to screw Donald Trump before he got back in the White House. They were trying to put him in jail with all these bogus cases, and it didn't work. And I remember telling you, and other people said the same thing. They didn't get the job done. They didn't finish the job. So what you had now is a mad individual that's pissed off at all the people that tried to screw him. And guess what? Now Donald Trump is getting his vengeance on all these people that screwed him before the election this year. They made a bad mistake. Those people that tried to screw Donald Trump, when they didn't get the job done, they made a very bad mistake. And there's one other name that's on that list, and I believe he's going to be indicted in the next couple of weeks, too. And like I said, Donald Trump is doing what he should do because they tried to screw him. If I was in the White House and those people tried to screw me, you can bet your last dollar I'd be on their ass just like Donald Trump is on them right now. And there might be some even more people on their name on that list. Now, as far as that goes. Now, as far as this other situation goes with this, with the governor and the mayor of Chicago, both of them are losers. Both of them are jokes at this point. And for that guy, Pritzker gave himself away the other day, Steve, when we was talking. I don't know if the word slipped out of his mouth or not, but I don't know if you heard the interview with him. He said when you mess with him and his people, that they got to go through him before they get to his people. So I guess he's saying that these criminals, all these criminals that they trying to round up with the ICE units and all these illegal people that's in the U.S., those are his people. Mm-hmm. So that's a damn shame, Steve. That's a damn shame that this guy wants to protect people that are illegal in this country. That's really ridiculous that the mayor of and he ain't the only one. The one in Portland, Oregon, and the one in Gavin Newsom out in California. All of them are trying to protect people that are in this country illegally. They busted all kind of people in these raids. You notice how the crime has gone down in the U.S. I'm talking about the crimes that we used to have when Biden was in the White House, Steve, with these illegal gangs and stuff that with girls being kidnapped and raped and all these other crimes, drugs and stuff. You notice that all that just disappeared real fast because he's getting these people off the street. He's getting these people off the street and in jail where they belong. They busted major people that they're taking out. When the last time you heard about a Tren de Aragua taking over an apartment complex like they did out in Colorado last year and forcing people to take people's rent money away from them? You're not going to hear about that because those people going to jail, they're getting deported out of the country. It's exactly what they're supposed to be happening to them. But yet you got these bogus mayors and governors. But like I told you the other day, Steve, I live in the great state of Texas, and we got a mayor down here in Texas that don't play those games, just like the one over there in Florida. Both of them, I wish the whole United States could have mayors and governors like Greg Abbott and the man in Florida. They don't tolerate that kind of nonsense. Greg Abbott, he shipped National Guard troops up to Chicago. He didn't have to do that, but he did it because because he cares about America, because he cares about the safety of the people in Chicago. Greg Abbott didn't have to do what he did, but he did it anyway. And unfortunately, the people in Chicago, they got a man that calls theyself the governor, don't care about them. He just told you, the words just came out of his mouth the other day. His people. That he's talking about all these criminals and all these people that are protesters and Antifas and all. Those are his people. That's who he supports. That's who he wants to stop Donald Trump from arresting and putting him behind bars. So anybody that votes for that guy, only get him out of office. Whenever they have a re-election in the state of Illinois, they need to make sure they get him out of office and get somebody in there that actually cares about the people that live in Chicago, Illinois, and the state of Illinois for that, because neither one of them care. Just like that, the police chief bogusly lied, Steve, and they still lying about it on CNN. And then they got audio. I listened to an interview the other day with a CNN host, and they got the man played the audio of the police being told not to go to the scene, and this guy said that was a fake audio. It wasn't a real deal. No, they made it up. That's a real audio. The man told the people not to show up, and this is what you got going on in Chicago. It's really a sad scenario, Steve, that we have governors like that, and you wouldn't have to worry about me. I guarantee you'll never receive a phone call from me telling you that I live in the state of Illinois with that man, with him as the governor of Illinois. I promise you that. I'll never live in the state of Illinois as long as he's associated with the state of. And if I lived in Illinois, I'd figure out a way to get the hell out of town, because I'd be damned if I live in a state that's run by that man. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Have a great weekend. Safe travels. And I looked at the racetrack he's talking about. It's Circuit of the Americas, Formula One. will be there. All right. Should be pretty exciting. That's like a 3.426 mile road course track in Austin, Texas. It is 844-844-3388. All right, got clear lines rolling into a Friday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, meanwhile, based on the fact that the sheer number of listeners just to this program that have been experiencing issues, we know it's got to be a very widespread problem, and that is with the medical examiners. You go to your CDL physical. The medical examiner is supposed to get that submitted to the FMCSA and then transitioned over to your DOT office. According to the FMCSA, there's dozens of states that are experiencing all kinds of problems. So the announcement this past day, Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration will allow commercial vehicle drivers to use paper copies of their medical examiner's certificate through early next year, as a dozen states are lagging behind on implementing the electronic system. This past day, October 9, the FMCSA announced the extension of the waiver that will allow interstate commercial driver's license holders, as well as learner's permit holders, and motor carriers to use a paper copy of the MEC, Medical Examiner's Certificate, as proof that the driver's medical certification for up to 60 days after the date the Medical Examiner's Certificate was issued. The FMCSA determined that reissuing the waivers in the public interest to prevent undue hardship on drivers with valid medical certification and their employers due to potential processing delays outside of their control. So this particular waiver, at this point, valid through January 10th of next year. It was over the summer when this new medical examiner certification rule went into effect, requiring the medical examiner to electronically submit the results of your CDL directly to the FMCSA's National Registry. The FMCSA then electronically transmit the exam results to your state driver's license agency, which was supposed to eliminate the need for you to submit your medical examiner's certificate to the state driver's licensing agency, as we know. They're supposed to post the exam information received from the FMCSA on the CDL information system. Right now, only 38 states and the District of Columbia apparently have implemented. I mean, there's 12 states out there that are still relying on the paper medical examiner certificates, according to the FMCSA. And even some of the states that have implemented are having difficulty with the system. All right, operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Things are getting heated as the partial government shutdown moves past the 1-week mark.
Reporters watched as Republican Congressman Mike Lawler and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries faced off in a hallway on Capitol Hill.
But you don't want to hear what I have to say. Oh, I'm listening. So why don't you just keep your mouth shut?
On Wednesday, the Senate rejected two competing measures for the 6th time aimed at bringing the shutdown to an end. The Democrats' plan includes health care reforms, while the GOP plan would keep government funding at the same levels until a larger bill could be worked out. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Israel and Hamas are close to a peace deal just days after marking 2 years since the October 7th attacks.
People in Gaza took to the streets to celebrate, while people in New York, which has the largest Jewish population outside of Israel, remain skeptical.
You have to sometimes make an agreement with a party you don't trust because you can't keep on just stretching out and fighting the war.
And I feel like they've done this before where they agree and then they're like, oh, actually, we have extra contingencies that we want to put on it.
As part of the first phase of the agreement, the White House expects remaining hostages to be released, while Palestinian prisoners will also be let go. Israel will also pull back troops in Gaza in stages. I'm Natalie Migliori.
President Trump says he's bringing back Columbus Day.
Thursday at the White House, the president signed a Columbus Day proclamation saying, "We're back, Italians." Former President Biden recognized both Columbus Day and Indigenous Peoples Day, which is meant to honor Native peoples. President Trump has been highly critical of what he calls the woke targeting of Christopher Columbus and other historical figures and how they're being taught in schools. Columbus Day is still a recognized federal holiday, falling this year on Monday, October 13th. Liz Warner, New York.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow fell by 243 points. The S&P 500 lost 18 points, and the Nasdaq also dropped by 18 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The family of the man accused of throwing Molotov cocktails at pro-Israel demonstrators in Colorado earlier this year are asking that he be released from ICE custody.
Mohammed Sullivan faces more than 100 charges, including murder and federal hate crimes, in connection to the Boulder incident. Shortly after the alleged attack, his wife and 5 children were detained by ICE in Texas. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A welfare check led to the arrest of a 78-year-old man from Bellevue, Washington, for possession of child sexual abuse material.
Police officers knocked on the door of the man's home. When he didn't answer, they went to the back door and saw a display of several images of child sexual abuse on a desk. Officers questioned the man, who said that he had a large quantity of explicit material at home and in a storage unit. He was arrested and booked into the King County Jail. The investigation is ongoing. I'm Brad Ford.
The pick for the Super Bowl halftime show may have a new controversy to deal with.
Just released video appears to show Bad Bunny sitting during the performance of God Bless America at Yankee Stadium during the playoff game between the Yankees and Blue Jays. TMZ releasing the video showing the Puerto Rican superstar seated behind home plate with friends during the game. Bad Bunny drawing criticism from Republicans, including the president, after it was announced he'll be the halftime show at the big game. Trump and others cited the singer's criticism of ICE and the fact that he's not performing in the U.S. during his tour over immigration fears. I'm Jennifer Bolsoni.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
off a Friday. Rolling into the weekend. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. It looks like, let me see here. Yeah, one of our listening friends forwarding my direction. I guess this is posted somewhere for the postal carriers in regards to the issuance of a PS 2081. It says drivers with a U.S. Postal Service badge do not require a PS 2081. Drivers without a U.S. Postal Service badge must be issued a PS 2081 at the origin site. Now, for team drivers, the on-duty driver reports inside with both CDLs. The off-duty driver that's on DOT rest should not be woke up for check-in, signature, or English testing. Yeah, note on the PS 2081. All right, 2 2081s, 2 copies of driver's licenses. All right, co-driver verification. The on-duty driver must physically present the co-driver's CDL. If no CDL is available for the co-driver, the load cannot depart as a team. Number 3, basic English requirement. Both drivers must be able to speak, understand, read, and write basic English as required by the DOT and the FMCSA. If either driver fails this requirement, the team cannot operate a U.S. Postal Service load. So this is for, I guess, carriers hauling the U.S. mail around the country. It's something new where they're implementing this. When it comes to the basic English check-in, it will include a greeting and identification. They request your CDL. A simple operational question like, where are you going today? Follow a basic instruction. Something, for instance, please park in lane 3 and bring your CDL to the window. Yeah, this is why they're testing. If the individual can't understand what you said, please park in lane 3, bring your CDL to the window, you're not going to pass the English proficiency test to haul the mail. Lastly, complete the required fields on your PS 2081, the name, CDL number, a signature, and you must identify common road signs, a.k.a. stop sign, yield sign, but that's not the big concern. Most everyone out there, if you can speak or read English or not, know the basic signs. The big concern out there on the highways is being able to read the overhead signs telling you of a low bridge or overpass. Sometimes in construction zones, it'll say trucks use left lane only, which normally you would not. Typically, you're staying to the right. But those are the kind of things you have to be able to read. Traffic stopped 2 miles ahead. Notification that traffic is coming to a standstill. Don't be barreling in at 80 miles an hour, right? All right, thanks for sharing. Very interesting so I guess that's something new being implemented with any trucking operations that are going to haul U.S. mail. Meanwhile, we move on to significant uncertainties continue to influence the Energy Information Administration's short-term energy outlook. Accordingly, they've made some notable adjustments in their October outlook due to these uncertainties, as well as several recent announcements. The October forecast was completed before the announcement of the fire that had occurred at Chevron's El Segundo refinery, which accounts for 17% of California's refinery capacity. Ukraine's recent attacks on Russia's oil ports have now raised market concerns that oil production or exports could be disrupted. In addition, uncertainty persists about how long China will continue to purchase oil to build their domestic inventories, a trend that the Energy Information Administration believes has propped up oil prices recently. They said they do expect increased production of crude oil and petroleum products through 2026. Despite announced increases, OPEC Plus production will remain below targets and prevent inventory builds from growing too quickly. This would push Brent crude prices back down to about $52 per barrel in 2026, they're now saying. U.S. crude production will decline from a record high 13.6 million barrels per day in July, but will still average 13.5 million barrels per day for the rest of this year and next. Now, diesel prices offering some promise through the rest of this year and into next year. The latest forecast is a national average diesel price per gallon of $3.75 in the fourth quarter of this year. That average expected to drop some 20 cents plus to about $3.49 per gallon in the first quarter of 26, then continue to fall to an average of $3.32 per gallon in the second quarter of next year. Yeah, now if you're talking, of course, Brent crude, the international barrel price, under that you've got all the West Texas Intermediate, which more often than not is several dollars per barrel less than the international benchmark for Brent crude. If Brent's going to drop to 52, we could see West Texas Intermediate in the $50 or upper $40 per barrel range, if those numbers hold true. All right, before we get back to the calls, we did mention President Trump says he's planning to head to the Middle East soon, as he said. I believe he wants to actually be on hand when those remaining hostages are released back to the Israeli side. He added people are so happy about this long negotiated peace deal. I've never experienced anything quite like it, he said. I've never seen such universal praise for being able to do something. But leaders literally from around the world have been sending accolades for getting this Israel-Gaza war wrapped up, if it all comes to fruition. Now, he did say it's something nobody thought this was possible. We're ultimately going to end up having peace in the Middle East. Something Grump had suggested a possibility of last evening apparently is going to be coming to fruition. The United States, they announced yesterday, we're going to be sending about 200 troops to Israel to help support and monitor the ceasefire deal in Gaza as part of a team that includes partner nations, non-governmental organizations, and private sector players, according to officials this past day. Speaking on condition of anonymity, but they said U.S. Central Command is going to establish a civil military coordination center in Israel that will help facilitate the flow of humanitarian aid as well as logistical and security assistance into the territory racked by now 2 years of war, of course. All right, Senor Heatwave, as we roll into a Friday, what's happening?
Oh, good morning, Senor. Hell, I don't know. I just woke up about an hour ago. Well, I'll tell you what, if this peace thing actually comes to fruition, that'd be fantastic. But I think they're going to need a little bit more than 200 UN military personnel over there. Now, we always call this the Gaza Strip. I mean, all right, so it's smaller than a state.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't much of anything. What was it? 24 miles long and 12 miles wide. Is that what I understand this to be?
It's very, very small.
The Gaza Strip?
Yes.
How can a place so damn small be the center of all this damn problem? That is amazing. That is amazing. Well, I sure hope that once they get everything done, they go ahead and they fill in all these tunnels that they've got.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you don't get rid of the tunnel system, you're just inviting more descent and possible, flare-ups to come back again. Yeah, they can always dig more tunnels, but the deal is they'll have to start, and there'll be a lot of people watching, checking out any more. Hey, where'd this pile of dirt come from? Why is this color different? Why is this? Why is that?
Yeah.
So it'll be a little bit more easier to monitor. So, well, we know Biden allegedly is Irish. So what did he have against the Italians? I mean, think about it. I mean, it was a united Europe back then. It was the Italian explorer under Queen Isabella's money, and she was Portuguese, Spanish, one of the two. So I don't know what to tell you. I mean, there was a lot. It doesn't seem like a whole lot now about back then, but at least you had one nation in Europe working with another nation to finance a trip over here to see if they could get to the East Indies without having to go around Africa. Well, they found the Indies, just not the Indy that they were looking for.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it was a good adventure. Okay, well, Balloon Fiesta is going to be done this coming Sunday, and there's many venues to watch it. The 3 local affiliates there in Albuquerque for NBC, ABC, and CBS will be doing it live. You can watch it on Facebook. And I tell you what, it's one thing to see it on the TV, but it's actually another to be there in person, just to see those balloons all bunched up like a bunch of roses.
Right. Now, I know you had beautiful. Like I said, you had beautiful weather you've had beautiful weather pretty much up to this point. I see the forecast is a lot of rain activity in the coming days through the weekend. Are they concerned about the weather for the final couple days here?
Well, I'm sure they will be. I mean, you obviously can't get a balloon up and running if it's raining out there, because that adds weight to the balloon itself. So that requires more fuel, and it may require more fuel than you're able to carry. So yeah, that is going to be a concern. But they may be able to get them up and just have them on the ground inflated and do like a balloon glow like y'all seen in the past.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if the Dawn Patrol goes up and says, "No, there's no way," then those balloons will come back immediately around the Fiesta grounds, and it'll just be a scrub. It's happened before, but yeah, it is a concern. The winds can't be more than I think 10 or 15 mile an hour. That's just considered way too much wind.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I mean, even if it does wash out the next 2.5 days worth of festivities, well, they had a pretty good run for the last 6.5 days.
Yeah,
so,
I've seen a lot of the videos.
I haven't heard of any accidents. Excuse me. I haven't seen or haven't heard of or seen any accidents. I've seen one near miss with a power line, and I think I shared that on your page. It was a balloon, and the power lines were just jumping up and down as if the bottom of the gondola had hit it, and they immediately raised the balloon up as fast as they could.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't heard of any injuries or deaths or any balloons getting destroyed. So anytime you have that kind of news, and with 750 or more balloons registered to go, and that's not even including those that decide, you know what, we're just going to launch from outside of the Balloon Fiesta ground. That's a very successful season. And it's interesting that the first Balloon Fiesta started out in a mall parking lot. They had like 12 or 13 hot air balloons. And they just, had decided, we're going to congregate here, we're going to do this, and we're going to take off. And I believe that was in 72 or 73. I'm not really for sure when. But, to go from a mall parking lot to where they have their own grounds, that's pretty amazing. It really is. So, but yeah, that really is the only real bright spot New Mexico has, with its issues that it has, being number one in everything that's bad and being last in anything that's good. So, well, I guess I don't know if you've heard that the debate between Hakeem Jeffries and his counterpart in the Senate.
Yeah, it's more of an argument, right? In the halls there.
Yeah. Well, you heard him say, "You keep your mouth shut or keep your mouth quiet, or keep your mouth shut. I don't want to hear it." Well, that's the core value of the Democrat. Censorship. They don't want to talk. And when they do, it's only because they want you to hear what they have to say. They don't want to hear what you have to say to them, because they're right and you're evil. And it is very exasperating right now. I mean, we got all these people out there that need to get paid, military. We need to pay the air traffic controllers. We need to get those that take care of a vital need of this country. They need to get paid. And I don't know how in the hell these people think you're going to maintain a sense of pride and a sense of dignity and a sense of order if you don't get these people that do these jobs no one else really wants to do, to get them paid. I mean, a creditor is not going to give a hoot in hell if you ain't got money. You signed a contract or you signed a piece of paper saying, yes, I will pay this amount. It didn't say nothing about no government shutdown. These people need to get paid. They got bills they got to take care of. And this is all because they simply want to fund health care that includes illegal aliens. They can deny it all they want, but this is basically what they want. They want to get PBS back right. Going again. I mean, $1.4 trillion. I can't even fathom that much money. I mean, they all say, well, if you had dollar bills a mile wide, you can go to the moon and back. And I still can't even fathom that. I mean, that's just too much money for my mind to get wrapped around.
Yep.
So, and then here we are, we're 37 times that in debt. Why? Well, I think a lot of it had to do with nation building. Somehow we felt responsible for the other side losing. Sorry, that's the perils of war. the losing nation, they can get a hand up, but not a damn hand out.
How much do you think?
How long did it take for all the nations?
How much do you think we're going to end up forking over to help rebuild Gaza? That's coming down the pike, and they're going to say it's going to take international efforts to rebuild that Gaza Strip. How many billions are we going to chip in?
Yeah. Well, it's amazing that, when they say it's an international group that's going to have to do this, it always winds up 80% on our shoulders.
Most of the time.
And I'm sure Trump is not going to let us get, taken advantage of. These other countries are going to have to ante up and come in there and act like a country that really gives a damn, instead of saying, just words on a piece of paper, words in the air, like a fart in the breeze. It was important for an instance, but we're going to let it go and let someone else suffer with the consequences. Well, Senor, I'm going to let you go. You have yourself a good morning, and folks, let's do this again next week. All right, y'all stay safe out there.
All right, yeah. And if you get back out to the Balloon Festival, I know he did last weekend. I don't know if he's going to be trying to get back there this weekend. Coming up, plenty of room for you, of course, at 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Friday. But he mentioned the lies. Yeah, the Democrats continue to spout day after day. And, of course, the mainstream media continues to repeat those talking points over and over. There's several lies. Number one, the Democrats are saying 15 million Americans are being kicked off of health care with this continuing resolution. That's a lie. Hold the thought there. We'll give you the rest of the lies coming up here. First, TEL gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Things are getting heated as the partial government shutdown moves past the 1 week mark.
Reporters watched as Republican Congressman Mike Lawler and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries faced off in a hallway on Capitol Hill.
But you don't want to hear what I have to say. Oh, I'm listening. Why don't you just keep your mouth shut?
On Wednesday, the Senate rejected two competing measures for the sixth time aimed at bringing the shutdown to an end. The Democrats' plan includes healthcare reforms, while the GOP plan would keep government funding at the same levels until a larger bill could be worked out. The shutdown has so far lasted over a week. The longest on record happened in 2018 during President Trump's first term and lasted 34 days. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow fell by 243 points. The S&P 500 lost 18 points, and the Nasdaq also dropped by 18 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Metashare. Maybe you've heard joining Metashare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Metashare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, rolling into a Friday. 10th day of October. Hope you've had a good week. Looking forward to, well, will it be a relaxful weekend? What's on tap? Meanwhile, let me give you the rest here. Little piece from, I believe it was Spiegel had forwarded this my way from the American Thinker this past day, which states Bernie Sanders and his underling AOC are nothing if not consistent. 3 lies being peddled by Bernie and the Democrats. And the Republicans are not being nearly aggressive enough to call out their lies. And of course, the media doing their part to spread the Democrat talking points. As I mentioned before the news break, lie number 1. 15 million Americans are being kicked off health care by the continuing resolution. No. The continuing resolution passed by the House and 52 votes in the Senate is a clean continuing resolution of Joe Biden's last budget. The continuing resolution is intended to cover funding through the balance of the year, where bipartisan committees are working on passing funding bills under normal order. There are 12 funding bills that would cover the entirety of government for the next year. Now, it's been many years since actual funding bills have actually been produced and passed. Time and time again, they get behind. Well, we've got to roll everything together, and then they reference that as an omnibus spending bill. All the bills rolled into one big monstrosity. Now, the rescission package, the big, beautiful bill that passed on July 4, that defunded PBS and NPR. It cut funding for USAID. It made adjustments to who is not eligible for federally funded Medicaid. Of course, the big, beautiful bill removed funding for illegal aliens. It also removed funding for healthy Americans who are not making any effort to work or volunteer. The Democrats want that funding back. Just like Drummer Girl mentioned last evening, the 28-year-old female who has not worked a lick. She hasn't worked a day in her life. She's relying wholly on government to fund her housing, her food, everything. Why can't she get a job? Should she spend her entire life? Supposedly, she's got ADHD. Okay, well, there's millions of people with attention deficit disorder. Meanwhile, lie number 2. We're hearing from the Democrats that the Obamacare subsidies are being cut by the Republicans. Millions of Americans are going to see an increase in their health care premiums, and thousands will die. Well, that's kind of a yes and no answer. The Obamacare cost curve, as they call it, has been spiking since its inception. Like everyone on the right forecast it would ultimately do. The Biden administration and the Democrats used the pandemic, as a pretext to offer subsidies to the Obamacare recipients to lower their premium costs. These subsidies passed in 2021, in the heart of the pandemic. They were set to expire at the end of this year. When they were passed, they were set to expire when COVID was done. Now, COVID, it's never going away. The pandemic is long over. COVID is more or less a seasonal flu. Outbreaks in the spring, outbreaks in the fall, just like the flu comes and goes year after year. These subsidies, when passed, were temporary. Now, Democrats know that Obamacare is necessarily seeing an increase in premium expenses, like everything else. Their intent with extending those subsidies is to eventually convert everyone to Medicaid for all. Republicans are not taking away anyone's health care. Lie number 3. This is the common refrain for Bernie in particular, which is Republicans are kicking people off health care, i.e., lie number 2, in order to give tax cuts to millionaires and billionaires. No. The 2025 tax cuts were an extension of the Trump tax cuts bill that was passed in 2017. Internal Revenue Service data proves Trump's tax cuts benefited middle and working class Americans the most. So while Bernie and AOC and the Democrats continue to cry about tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires, the tax cuts are most directly benefiting the working class people. Now, they did have an update on lie number 2. Republicans have now actually offered to extend the Obamacare subsidies through the end of next year. But no, the Democrats are balking at that. Now, although they desperately want these subsidies extended, that apparently means they would rather use them to blame Republicans for the rising cost of health care because there's midterms coming up next year. So as has been said many times before, how do you know when a Democrat's lying? Their lips are moving. Yeah, those are the facts. So even offering to them, we'll give another year extension on the subsidies. I think Chuck Schumer's the one that pretty much came right out this past day and, accidentally maybe told the ugly truth when he stated every day that this shutdown continues, it's better for the Democrats. Yeah, the more people end up not receiving a paycheck, the more pissed off they're going to be. And, of course, the Democrats are banking on the fact that everyone believes it's the Republicans that continue to keep this shutdown going. Of course, anyone that watches mainstream media, that's the narrative they're having. So, Chuck feels it's a good thing. The longer it goes, the better Democrats will bode in his mind come midterm elections. All right, what do we have? Michael chimed in a bit ago. He said, I go to the Love's truck stop in Marshall, Michigan a lot. And every time I go in there, I feel like I'm actually in a different country. Kind of going back to the conversation we were having with Grump a bit earlier, where he was at the truck stop. And all right, hello to Drummer Girl. Some days I'm happy driving an automatic truck. 204 traffic lights on a 116-mile round trip. 43 lights in a 13-mile stretch on street road. That would be a lot of shifting, right? So I can see where the benefits of being in an automatic in a case like that. All right, Daniel chimed in about the medical certification, the problems they're having there. Yeah, medical certification and the FMCSA is going to fix anything, right? The phrase, I'm from the government, I'm here to help, is a sure sign they're going to screw it up. They always, and just like medically qualified doctors to give the physical on their registry, I can go to my local chiropractor and get my DOT physical. Whereas my endocrinologist that I see for regular checkups at the local hospital cannot give me a DOT physical because under the impotent wisdom of the FMCSA, my family doctor that specializes in internal medicine doesn't know how to give a physical. Yes, you've got the medical registry, certified medical examiners, the only ones you can see to get a DOT physical. All right. Hello to Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, clear but a cool night, Mount Airy, North Carolina, a.k.a. Mayberry. 46 degrees this Friday. TGIF. Remember, toes go in first. All right. Keep it shiny side up. Hello to Gary, 47 degrees, Southwest Ohio. Good to have you with us. All right, back to the phones. Plowboy, I believe, on a Friday morning. Plowboy.
Well, good morning, Steve. I don't know quite what to say, but them damn Democrats. Yeah, I guess I will have to say that. They are, yeah, I agree. I agree with everybody. If they had ever shut up, the world might come to an end because they're the only ones that keeps it all in a tizzy. Because, damn, Schumer and him and his lies. But here's the thing about it. I was watching, I think, John Kennedy the other day, and I laugh every damn time I see that old fart up there out of Louisiana. He's right.
Mm-hmm.
He said he's too damn busy bowing that little socialist AOC. And, I mean, she's the scariest one of them all. And, yeah, he's, like John said the other day, he is afraid she is going to run for Senate and take a chance of knocking him out of his.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Who would you rather have in there, Steve? That's a question I got for you. Schumer or AOC? Which is...
Wow, none of the above. Right?
But I guess I'm going to have to watch a little bit of CNN, even though it goes against my religion, or MSNBC, and I hate that MSLSD crap, just to see how bad the Republicans are really hated. But my blood pressure goes up, and I might have a stroke if I listen too much of their garbage. But, did like 99% of the football picks that we're talking about. I don't know. I see potential, and I wish Grump and them very good luck when it comes to Faurot Field and the Missouri Tigers playing Alabama. I'll put it this way. They ain't going to be able to control them Tiger fans if they would knock off Alabama. Yes, they will all pile on that field, and they'll gladly pay the privilege to walk on that field, raising hell if they are to beat Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a good game, but now on the hard news, if you touched on this, I will apologize. Did you see where we were going to lose a company out of Birmingham, Alabama, a flatbedder company? Have you already said that tonight or not?
No, sir.
Montgomery Transport.
Really?
100 flatbedders look like they're going to lose their jobs. And, they had some damn nice equipment. Really did. They did, sir. And I mean, new Kenworths, top of the line. I don't think I've ever seen one of them broke down due to what would you say, neglect. Now, they were broke down. It was due to the federal emissions garbage and crap like that, because I've had some friends that tried to get me to look at the company side of it, but here in my later years, I just rather have a big strip and all that good stuff on my equipment when I was driving. But you don't think when Big Ed comes out of Vermont, he's going to have a new cap that says Bernie 2028 on it out there.
Right.
Vermont? Come on. Is he up there rallying the troops? We love you, Big Ed. I hope you're having fun. You know, one thing I had to say about it up there, I bet him and his new little lady, I bet they're seeing a lot of pretty leaves up there, because they were always saying that's a place you wanted to go to in the fall.
Yep. And they were there for the peak last weekend. Last weekend was technically in. They were there at Niagara Falls, and yeah.
Awesome. I missed that part of it. Well, that's good. Glad they're having fun. Enjoy it. But you know, I think I would have. I'm glad he did what he did. Damn right. I would not be wanting to pay $125 a night for privileges to some of these other jackasses living there or staying there for nothing. No. But Steve, I better get. Hey, by the way, prayers for Brother damn it.
Yeah, Brother Rambler.
Yeah. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. All right, y'all have a good night. Take care. God bless.
Have a good weekend, Plowboy. Thank you much.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator, because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, if memory serves, I did last evening mention the latest emergency declaration from the state of Iowa as the bird flu. It's back. There are several cases there. And what about the rest of the country? All right, looks like we got some updates for you there coming up. I think one thing that we should have learned over the past couple of years when it comes to these, the bird flu outbreaks, when you had facilities with numerous chicken houses, as you call it, you'll have one case in one house, but they want to call the entire millions on that particular farm. Most of that's not necessary. I mean, you just because one bird or a handful of birds in one house doesn't mean every one of the houses will ultimately be inflicted, but hopefully we won't find ourselves again calling millions more birds here. It's bird migration season. Come to realize when the wild birds are migrating, their drop-ins along the way begin to spread the bird flu to the chicken, turkeys, and other populations. All right, let's get to the Kentucky Pappy here on a Friday. What's been happening?
Oh, not a whole lot. How about you, Steve?
Oh,
hey,
hang it with
that story you were just talking about, the bird flu?
Yes.
Do those big-time chicken farmers, is there any kind of insurance they can carry for this, or is that a total loss?
If memory serves, I thought they had some, like last year there was legend. They were trying to help. The government was trying to help cover the cost of the farms that were having to call the herds or whatever, call the flock.
Well, I would hope so.
Yeah.
Now, anyway, what I called about, you was talking about the DOT physicals, and me living in the great state of Kentucky, and our bonehead governor won't let nothing pass sometimes, and sometimes this might be good. I went and had my physical done this past Wednesday, day before yesterday, and the company that I'm leased to always takes care of sending all of our stuff into the state to get it approved or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday I got an email from the state. Mine have been approved. I'm good to go for 2 years. So one day. it took. Where I know some of these states that the doctors are sending their stuff in, it's taken forever to get their stuff done.
Yes.
So maybe for once, Kentucky not being ready or able or whatever to do this might be a good thing. So who knows? It's all crock of crap anyway.
Yeah, we've had several drivers, listeners to the program, who said they've got their notification in the mail that their CDL has been downgraded because their medical certification expired and blah blah blah. And they said,
yes.
"Oh wait, I've got my medical certificate right here. That it should have been sent in weeks ago."
I know two that is leased on to the same company I am. One in Tennessee and one in Ohio. No, I'm sorry, Indiana.
Okay.
Last year had their CDLs suspended because of it.
Mm-hmm.
And like I say, mine took 1 day. So you just don't know.
Right. Well.
Just don't know. But anyway, last night people were talking about the northbound scales on the I-71 between Cincinnati and Columbus being open.
Yes.
And had been open for a few days. Well, they're closed tonight.
Are they? Okay. So, yeah, it's the first time in several days, apparently. Hey, real quick, operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he'll only cut programs that impact one party as the government shutdown rolls on.
We'll be cutting some very popular Democrat programs that aren't popular with Republicans, frankly, because that's the way it works. They wanted to do this.
Trump told reporters today that cuts will only get worse the longer the shutdown continues, and they will be permanent. He went on to say the Democrats caused the shutdown, and they'll soon be getting a taste of their own medicine. Trump again said Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is bowing to the radical left base of his party. The partial federal government shutdown is in its 9th day. President Trump says Israel and Hamas have agreed to the first phase of his proposed peace plan. Trump posted on Truth Social, all of the hostages will be released very soon, and Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed-upon line.
Phase 1 of the agreement includes the release of Israeli hostages held by Hamas in exchange for Palestinian prisoners detained by Israel. But the Jerusalem Post says Israel will not release Hamas terrorists from the Nukba force who carried out the October 7th massacre. This, even as President Trump says the first phase of a Gaza ceasefire deal set to be signed today. Israeli officials also confirm select other top Palestinian prisoners, including Marwan Barghouti and Ahmad Saadat, will remain behind bars. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The United Nations is short on cash and will begin cutting its peacekeeping operations.
A senior UN official confirms it will be cutting a quarter of its peacekeeping force in the months ahead. According to a report by Reuters, uncertainty about UN funding from the U.S. is the top concern. The official said the cuts would amount to over 13,000 UN troops and police being downsized. The U.S. is the largest contributor to the UN peacekeeping force and accounts for over 26% of its funding. I'm Rory O'Neill.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Former FBI Director James Comey is seeking a speedy trial.
Comey appeared in an Alexandria, Virginia courtroom after formally pleading not guilty to charges related to his 2020 congressional testimony. The charges include 1 count of making a false statement to Congress and 1 count of obstructing a congressional proceeding. The case is connected to Comey's testimony before Congress in 2020. He's accused of lying to the Senate Judiciary Committee about leaking information from the FBI's Trump-Russia investigation that began in 2016. A trial has been set for January, and he faces up to 5 years in prison if convicted. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The U.S. Postal Service has changed the way it handles postmarks, and this could cause ballots in Washington elections to not be counted.
The new rule means a postmark will no longer indicate the date the Postal Service first accepts a piece of mail. Normally, mail collected on Election Day gets a postmark for that day. Now, those ballots could be postmarked after the day they're collected. Voters can go into a post office and ask for a manual postmark or use an official county drop box before 8 p.m. on Election Day. I'm Brad Ford.
A new map is revealing what the most popular Halloween candy in different parts of the U.S. is.
According to DoorDash, a large part of the Midwest, including Ohio and Illinois, favors Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. Americans in other parts of the Midwest, like Michigan and Wisconsin, are more likely to grab Twizzlers Twists as their go-to candy. Texans favor Trolley Gummies, while Floridians seem to love Skittles. Out west, states like California and Nevada have Snickers as their favorite Halloween treat. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Another hour off and rolling. Here we go. It's a Friday. Here come the weekend. All right, so due to all the social media posts, curiosity got the best of me this past day. I think all these people posting the Arby's steak bites or steak nuggets. Which you can get them individually. You can get them on a sandwich. They have a bowl, I believe, with like some fried onions and I don't know what kind of, is it pasta or something? I'm not sure, but I had to try some of the plain old steak nuggets. My first take was, I don't believe it's actually steak. I learned several years ago that the Arby's, quote, roast beef for the roast beef sandwiches is actually a, what do they call it, reconstituted meat. I think it was Gilligan. Somebody explained to me several years ago that it actually arrives at the restaurant and it's liquefied in a bag, like a plastic bag. So it's, I guess, heated, reconstituted. Then it goes on the slicer, and that's what your so-called roast beef sandwich is. I do like the Arby's roast beef. I will say they were very soft, very tender, but I just had the consistency to me seemed like some sort of a reconstituted something. I did a little searching, and according to the overview, the company says they're not made from reconstituted meat. They say they are hand-cut, bite-sized pieces of steak, seasoned with garlic and pepper, seared and smoked. The goal, they say, was to combine two American favorites, nuggets and steak. Now, as far as I'm looking at some of the reviews, mixed reviews on the taste and the texture as well. Like I said, it didn't, I don't think it was steak. They described as melts in your mouth. Yes, I would say they were very soft, which to me, and unless you're talking the likes of a filet mignon, it sure as hell ain't going to be that. It's that soft or softer. Some compared it to, I don't know, jerky, maybe slow-cooked pot roast or brisket. I don't know what it is. I ate two of them, and I thought, hey, these little steak nuggets, the dogs would love these. So that's who got the other three. Turbo and Ace, they did scarf them down. What's happening, Pappy?
What's going on, Steve? We got us a Roy Rogers down on 50 down there in Cleveland. Remember Roy Rogers, right?
I remember them. Pappy, you got way too much background noise.
Hold on. Is this any better?
You think? Yeah.
Yeah, Roy Rogers, man. Remember the old Roy Rogers?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, he used to be one up on Coleraine. We got one down on 50 now down there in Cleves. But, man, those are good eating sandwiches right there. Now that I got room in the garage, I'm thinking about buying a freezer and stocking that baby up with some meat. What do you think?
Yeah, well, if you can afford it.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Can you afford it in a year from now?
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
Man, I've been busy, Steve. Ain't been able to listen too much. I had to drop some mail off. But anyway, you were talking about ADHD earlier, and you're going to laugh at me. I'm going back a few years, flipping through the channels, and Dr. Phil came on, and there was this lady on there with her son. Son was out of control. Well, it got me to stop on that channel because Mommy was kind of pretty good looking, right? Let me check this out. So anyway, she was complaining her son's out of control. He's got ADHD and blah, 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 blah. And, you know, and he sits down and plays these video games and Dr. Phil stopped her right there and said, well, listen, he does not have ADHD. I don't know what doctor diagnosed him with that. He said 90% of these kids out here on ADHD medicine are misdiagnosed.
Wow.
And how he explained it was attention deficit disorder is exactly that. The inability to pay attention when you need to. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Anyone that wants to pay attention, but they just can't, even though they are trying, that's attention deficit disorder, where they just cannot concentrate on one thing for too long.
Mm-hmm.
If they can go down and sit on the computer and play these video games for hours, no, that's not ADHD. They can't literally go a few minutes without having to, change their mind to something else. So I could see somebody that legitimately has ADHD that can't concentrate. I could see where that would hamper them having a job. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I just thought I'd throw that out there when you were talking about the old ADHD, because she can't work. She ain't worked her whole life.
Yep. 28 years.
Relying on the government.
28 years, and she's concerned about losing her health care and having to get a job.
Ah, jeez. I don't get it, Steve. My first job I made $1 an hour, Steve. What the heck is the name of that little ice cream place? You probably know. Was it Zip Dip up there on Harrison Avenue in Dent?
Yep.
It's been open forever and a day. And then you got Putz's down there, right on West Fork, the bottom of Putz's. That's a famous one. $1 an hour, man. That's what we made. Didn't even make that when I was a busboy. I think I made 35 cents an hour. And, but we worked off tips that the waitresses got, so you had to kind of rely on the waitresses to give you good tips. So, anyway. All right, brother. Get ready for the weekend, man. I'm off for a week. That Kelly week has rolled around once again, Steve. So, I'm off till next Friday.
How about that?
How about that? And I got 44 degrees on this cruiser dash cam right now.
It's chilly out there.
44 degrees.
Have you broke out the long sleeves?
Yes, sir. So, yeah, I got them on.
Yep.
I got them on with the long sleeve shirt on underneath it, too. So, some of the guys are still wearing shorts. I mean, when you come in, it's nice, right? It's 70 degrees and sun. Man, as soon as that sun goes down,
you know. Boom, look out. I'm not going to be standing out here. Somebody barricaded in the house, and I'm standing out here in the cold without dressed properly. So, all right, buddy. Everybody be safe. Enjoy the weekend. Watch your 6 and stock up on food and water, Steve. Thanks for taking the call.
All right, Pappy. Enjoy some time off, as they say. All right, 844-844-3388. What do you say? Back in 2.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, back at it here as we roll into a Friday. I'm not seeing the name. Who we got on board? Somebody calling about the roast beef.
This is Sluggo. I'm just going to tell you about your Arby's roast beef. It's really like a bologna, and that's why it comes to the store the way it does, so they can cook it there. It's a processed food. It's ground up, just the same way you make a bologna. And what they do is they send it to the store so they can cook it in the store, so the store smells so good like fresh meat.
Yeah.
Basically, all it is a piece of bologna that's not been cooked yet. Cooked in the store and cut in the store. You can go on YouTube and freaking see it all as it's done, how it's processed and why it's processed that way.
So, I mean, is it correct?
It's not like a chunk of meat that they're chopping off.
Right. I mean, somebody said it arrives at the store in kind of like a liquefied form, right? And
a liquid.
Yes.
Yes. Because if you go online and look at it, you could see where they put everything together, and it's still in the liquid form. Say they're making bologna. They grind all this meat up together to make bologna, and then they have to cook it. Well, before they cook it, because it's got so many preservatives, that's when they send it to the Arby's restaurant. Arby's restaurant cooks it at that time in their cookers, which brings that flavor, the smell into the restaurant, which when you go in there looking for that roast beef sandwich, you want to smell that.
Yeah.
You don't want to smell a hot dog. You want to smell a roast beef sandwich. That's why it's cooked in the store. But it's basically just a bologna sandwich or a roast beef sandwich, whatever you want to call it. It's just a sandwich. It's not like you go and buy the roast beef and gravy or whatever, to make a Kimblewick roll sandwich. It's completely different than that. It's not. It's all processed. It's all ground up and shredded up and other things mixed in it for filler. And just cooked in the store, so when you go in the store to pick it up, it smells so delicious, like, oh, we just took it out of the oven. We just made it. But it's basically the same as bologna.
I can tell the texture changed. I don't know. Was there not a time when Arby's originally was like really roast beef, wasn't it?
Well, I don't go back that far. As long as Arby's has been around, it's never been one of my great picks because they always seem to be more expensive than everybody else.
Yeah.
I liked it, but just couldn't afford it.
Gotcha.
Couldn't justify it. And then when I found out, like I said, what it's made out of, it's basically you're eating a bologna sandwich.
Yep.
Flavored with beef. That's all. I mean, it is what it is.
Yep. And then, of course, I drowned mine in Arby's sauce. There you go. It's oh boy, it's 844-844-3388. All right, thus far, it's been a rather quiet summer for bird flu. Egg prices came down, fewer sick poultry flocks being culled. Everybody kind of took a breath. The assistant director for the Minnesota Board of Animal Health says it was lovely. But it didn't last. Bird flu is again spreading. Now that the wild waterfowl, the geese, the ducks, the cranes, they've all begun the seasonal migration. As the birds travel, they mingle at the lakes and the ponds. They share the viruses. In poultry, bird flu cases are spiking a little bit earlier than expected, they tell us. More than 4 million poultry birds have been culled in the last month in states including Minnesota and Iowa after members of their flock tested positive. This trend kind of corresponds to a spike in infections detected among wild birds in northern states. Some state officials are bracing for a challenging fall, which is when cases have typically spiked in recent years. Iowa's agriculture secretary said last week we had our first confirmed positive. This was on a turkey farm in Calhoun County. Question for us then is, how extensive will it be? What kind of fall are we going to have? Too early to say what effect the outbreaks will have when it comes to, say, egg prices. The only honest answer to that is we'll have to wait and see. I wish I could give you more than that. He said testing begins December 16. This is the fourth fall in which bird flu infections have risen, a sign the virus is becoming endemic in wild birds. It will be a continual threat to poultry. It's not going away. It's pretty embedded, he says. The more the virus circulates, there's a risk it may unlock a way to infect humans. And if that becomes a problem, some experts fear that the current administration's cuts to like the mRNA research might hamper scientists' ability to rapidly develop a new vaccine. For now, though, the health risk to people is low. As fall progresses, officials, wildlife experts, virologists are right now in a watch and wait mode. It's an interesting time, according to an associate professor of virology at the University of Minnesota's College of Veterinary Medicine. Everybody's waiting with bated breath to see what's going to happen here. Of course, we first detected the avian influenza February of 2022. Yeah, almost always deadly for poultry birds. And as of this summer, more than 175 million birds had been culled or killed. About 2 years ago is when researchers were surprised when they found bird flu spreading in some dairy cows that was found in the raw, unpasteurized milk that prompted a slew of changes from farm. And when it comes to milk testing, at least 70 people, mostly farm workers with close contact with the birds or the cows, had come down with the infection, of which one died. Now, if you've got one sick bird that moves over an area that infects some others, the math suggests it's going to spread pretty fast. Now, he added that habitat limitations are pushing birds to congregate and share space, which makes the viral spread more likely. In Illinois, wetland habitat has shrunk as the state deals with drought conditions, which, at least at the moment, it's a perfect combination for the disease to pop up. But I mentioned the migration. A matter of fact, AccuWeather had a story just yesterday saying that the fall bird migration typically peaks in the northern United States late September, early October. Well, about 24 hours ago, a little over, Wednesday night, about 9:40 p.m. Eastern, scientists estimated there were 1.25 billion birds in flight. Mostly in the southeast, where a northerly breeze behind a cold front was helping them move south for the winter. There is actually a research consortium consisting of scientists from the Cornell Lab, Colorado State University, and UMass Amherst said that this was a new record. The previous record of 1.23 billion was set back on September 25th. It was only the third night on record when the number of migrating birds surpassed 1 billion. How they can come up with those sort of numbers? They tell us they use weather radar and computer algorithms to estimate the number of birds and the direction of flight during the spring migration. And they produce a forecast, a U.S. forecast for the night. A migration dashboard, actually, for every county in the U.S. is available. They said, for example, Floyd County, Georgia, was near the peak of the migration Wednesday night. Over 20 million birds crossed that county. The largest expected nocturnal migrants in that region are the white-eyed Viero and the summer tanager. That's okay. Well, with those quantities of birds moving from point A to point B, that's obviously how you get the spread of the bird flu. All right, we're coming up on news break. Who we got coming up here? Eagle wants to chime back in this early Friday. Vic, give us an update. What's going on with the government shutdown? And, of course, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration investigating Elon Musk's Tesla over incidents in which their vehicles drove through red lights and other instances of dangerous driving while using the partial automation software known as FSD, which really stands for full self-driving, but it's a partial automation software. More on that coming up as we continue this Friday morning. Lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Things are getting heated as the partial government shutdown moves past the 1 week mark.
Reporters watched as Republican Congressman Mike Lawler and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries faced off in a hallway on Capitol Hill.
But you don't want to hear what I have to say. Oh, I'm listening. Why don't you just keep your mouth shut?
On Wednesday, the Senate rejected two competing measures for the sixth time aimed at bringing the shutdown to an end. The Democrats' plan includes health care reforms, while the GOP plan would keep government funding at the same levels until a larger bill could be worked out. The shutdown has so far lasted over a week. The longest on record happened in 2018 during President Trump's first term and lasted 34 days. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow fell by 243 points. The S&P 500 lost 18 points, and the Nasdaq also dropped by 18 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare.
Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Where we leave off there, I promised we'd get Eagle back on. See if he's hanging in there. Welcome back, Eagle. What's up?
I had a couple of things. I wanted to say something about football right quick before I get back to the politics deal. I watched the football game tonight, the Thursday night football game, and I want to give congratulations to you. I'm not no New York City fan in sports, but I want to give New York congratulations on what they did. They made a hell of a deal. They in the draft this year, they got two top-notch players on offense. Both of them are contributing the quarterback, and they got a running back, and they beat the Philadelphia Eagles, the world champions from last year. They did Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterboo. Both of them played a hell of a game tonight. Both of them are rookie players, straight out of college, and they making an impact on New York. And New York finally got a team that's winning ball games in the NFL. It's been a long time since New York had anything to cheer about. So they finally got two good players that they can support for the next couple of years. Now, as far as getting back to this situation, the immigration situation, right quick. You know something, Steve? I remember over the last 4 years of the Biden administration, you want to talk about a guy who's keeping a low profile. And I told you this a couple of weeks ago. Joe should never show his face again in the United States of America ever after what he did. Blatantly, it wasn't by mistake. And same thing with Kamala Harris. She shouldn't even be allowed to run for president in 2028 if that's what she wants to do, just on the fact of what she did for those 4 years by calling herself the border czar. Yet you got all these individuals. I remember seeing people literally walk across the Rio Grande River right into the USA. I just seen another video while I was on hold with you. They busted 3 more Trinidad people got busted in the U.S. I forgot what city it was in. These people literally walked into the USA unabated, Steve, for 4 damn years. These people just walked into the U.S. without nobody trying. I remember, because I live in Texas. I remember Greg Abbott tried to put different things in the water to try to stop these people from coming across. And Joe Biden and them fought against it. They literally cut down the barbed wire fence that the man installed to try to keep these people out. They told him he couldn't even protect his own state, even though he was a gay. Literally let people. And now Trump and his ICE people got to go from state to state, city to city, trying to round up like you rounded up some cattle. They rounded up people from city to city, state to state in America, trying to find all these damn people that's in the U.S. Illegally. It's really a damn shame what Biden did to the United States of America. You see what he did? He almost destroyed the trucking industry. Literally destroyed the damn trucking industry that I've been involved in for over 25 years by letting people drive trucks that shouldn't have been in the country to begin with. This is insult. It's just disgusting every time I look at the news and see all these illegals that are here. And not only they're not taking jobs away from Americans, they're not even talking about all the Americans that are out of work because some other guy, not because he was a better worker than them, because he lowballed him and he got the lower pay, and that's why they brought him in. And this is the reason why people like Pritzker and Newsom, they don't care about these people, Steve. I'm going to be honest with you. They don't give a damn about these. All they see them as low-wage earners, somebody that they can use and abuse at a lower rate. That's all they don't care. Pritzker doesn't care nothing about these people. All they see is a lower wage. It's just that simple. But people like him and other Democrats around America, they make me sick. And hopefully, like Trump said, and get them all gone and make this place great again because we talked about this in the past, Steve. People don't realize, whether you like Donald Trump or not, people don't realize how close we was to losing this country. If Kamala Harris would have got in the White House, and I've asked you this question a couple of weeks ago, and you already gave me the answer. You know damn well, you and I both know the border would still be wide open, and we would still have people coming in this country illegally. Yep. The Trinidad Araguas and any other gangs, drugs, anything else you name, they'd be right here in America. Now, one other note right quick before I hang up with you, Steve. I don't know if you went over this before I tuned in earlier about a trucking company that went out of business, Montgomery Truck Lines. I don't know what state they come out of. They claim that they laid off, 600 men are out of work tonight. A flatbed trucking company, they filed for bankruptcy and told all their drivers to park their trucks, that they was no longer in business today. I don't know if you went over that. Maybe you can check on that. But I understand Montgomery Truck Lines, flatbed company, filed for bankruptcy, and they had 600 people out of work tonight. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, yep, that's Plowboy mentioned that just a few minutes ago. Okay, so, we thought over the weekend here we may see the storm system that's supposed to develop along the East Coast there, off the coast of Georgia today, then kind of bring rain, winds, nasty conditions all up the eastern seaboard. If it was going to garner a name, it would be Karen, because that's the next name on the Atlantic hurricane list. But the name Karen this morning has suddenly been claimed elsewhere in the Atlantic, a place where you do not usually see any sort of tropical development. But way up in the North Atlantic, according to the National Hurricane Center, an area of non-tropical low pressure showing enough tropical characteristics to be upgraded to subtropical storm Karen this morning. Yeah, a hybrid that features both tropical and non-tropical elements. I think we shared last evening a system that's tropical strengthens due to the warm waters in the ocean. A non-tropical storm gets its strength from differences in the atmosphere's temperature and pressure. Subtropical storm Karen is creating thunderstorms near its center. And though it includes characteristics that are tropical, fronts connected to the system are not letting it become completely tropical, according to the Hurricane Center. Karen has 45-mile-an-hour sustained winds. It heads northeast at 9 miles per hour, way up in the North Atlantic. Yes, an unusual place for any sort of tropical development, very, very far from the tropics. Now, further south in the Atlantic, we do have Tropical Storm Jerry that remains disorganized around the Leeward Islands, kind of battling wind shear with 60-mile-per-hour sustained winds. Meanwhile, the Daily Caller reporting that across the U.S. in the Pacific side, they are watching for a potential bomb cyclone headed towards Alaska due to the powerful impact. This is basically the remnants of what was Typhoon Halong, which could bring Alaska some hurricane-force winds, and then those remnants will be headed toward the western USA to possibly bring some heavy rain and snowfall to the region. I remember a bit earlier this morning we mentioned the possibility that the model's predicting potential higher elevation snows in the northwestern USA here in the next couple of weeks. Several systems. That would be, I assume, the very first. So in the event, I guess, long story short, if we do see development off the eastern seaboard this weekend, the next name on the list will now be Lorenzo, with an L, Lorenzo. Seeing as the name Karen has now been taken way up in the North Atlantic. All right, Vic joins us here. Morning, happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you too there, Steve. You were talking about that person that had ADD or ADHD, and with I think the way that plays into the current government shutdown, there are a lot of subsidies that they have in the federal government that are tied back to health care. And I was just looking at some stuff today to where, like, if you're on Medicaid, they would get you free phones and all kinds of weird stuff there. And if she has that ADHD or ADD, I believe you're entitled to get some of that supplement security income. And so all of that goes away. And you mentioned the other night about the COVID, whatever you're going to call it, enhanced or increased tax credits. I seen something today that some of those Affordable Care Act tax credits could go as high as $1,800 a month. And it's like, that can't possibly be right. I mean, I guess it is, it's unbelievable because there are a lot of people that thought this Affordable Care Act or Obamacare, they thought that the health care was going to be free. They didn't realize that they were going to have to purchase an insurance policy. So, long story short, there needs to be a thorough debate on the health care. And the only reason I think the Democrats don't want it is they know if they have to have an open discussion in it with a Republican in the White House and a Republican legislature, that a lot of numbers are going to start to being attached to all of this. It won't just be, well, you're going to cancel health care. It'll be, no, this is a dollar amount, that this is what you're having to pay, and it just keeps increasing. So we're going to have to get a handle on it. And I think basically they don't want that topic to take place. And as long as they can convince enough American people that this is the Republicans trying to do away with health care, then they figure they have a winning issue. But I was looking there that you can even get some free Obama phones if you're on Medicaid. Medicaid, I thought, was actually a state program, not a federal program. I know that the Medicare, Medicaid thing that they, I was trying to think what they call it there, but anyway, they do all the paperwork for Medicaid, which seems kind of odd. It seems like they should just kick that back to the states, and it shouldn't be involved with the federal government. But I would just that was a point I was making, that this whole shutdown, it's more about politics than it is about economics, and that's pretty sad, because that you've seen the number of ground stops that FAA is putting in place because a lot of air traffic controllers are called in sick, or they're not there for one reason or another. So they don't have enough people to keep the planes flying, and that's kind of a dangerous situation. And the other thing I was going to comment on, you seen where Comey was indicted today, and he's convinced that he won't be whatever you want to say, convicted of anything, and he kept saying, I want a trial. And Comey followed Robert Mueller, and I'm still trying to figure out. Robert Mueller had a pretty steady, stellar career. He was a Marine in Vietnam. I think he went as the first lieutenant. He left the Marine Corps as a captain, and he was a leader of a rifle platoon. And he'd also taken Army Ranger School, had several awards there in Vietnam, was wounded. He actually had some shrapnel and stuff in it. And I don't know why that he all of a sudden, on that Russia collusion thing, why he went off in the direction that he did. So my big thing is, I would like to see the trial, because we might accidentally wind up to see what encouraged those people to come up with that rather strange accusation about President Trump was a Russian agent, and they did a lousy job of investigating that. It was all about proving Trump's guilt, not about actually investigating it. And now with Kash Patel there, he was one of the investigators that right off the bat, he said that he knew that wasn't right, because a hotel where the peeing prostitutes were supposed to taking place didn't even exist. So, I mean, that's just one rather egregious thing. So, and then I thought I seen where Robert Mueller had Parkinson's, and he would have to be one of the key witnesses in that. And Robert Mueller was doing a good job on white-collar crime investigation. Then 9/11 happened, and all of a sudden they made him director of the FBI, and he went totally off the rails and turned it over to a terrorist hunting organization. And then at the end of the time, he said when he appointed Comey, he said, actually, they'll probably have to revive the white color crimes unit of the FBI, and of course Comey didn't do that. He just went right on with that whole hoax there that they had with the Russian hoax, and it severely weakened the country. And it's just kind of interesting that a lot of these old, I guess you would say, ghosts from the past or whatever, are all of a sudden popping up here again because Trump is starting to make some progress. And I was a little dubious about the deal there over in Israel today, or Hamas, but it's the old saying of 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and with all the people we have here in this country and around the world actually supporting the so-called 2-state Palestinian solution, my first thought was, well, the Hamas will say, hey, we got things going our way, so we'll say we're going to go ahead with this agreement. Then we'll go so far in it, do like they usually do. Then they'll fake out. But it looks like the people that are in charge now, they're pretty well aware of that old trick, so that might pretty well work out. And the Keisha James, all this old stuff is coming out, and they're trying to make it into saying that Trump is being vindictive.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he might be, but he has a right to be. But this is, and I said that from day one, this isn't about Trump. This is about the direction that the country is going in, and we're setting precedents. If they aren't changed, it's going to come back to haunt us big time. So I am still, when you look up Robert Mueller's history and bio, or whatever you want to say it, I'm confused as to why that he would throw all that away. I mean, what was going on? Because he was term was supposed to quit as FBI director in 2011, and even Barack Obama appointed him again. So he would have been there when all that stuff was going on with Fauci and gain of function and everything else. It's just that there's a lot of things there that still leaves an awful lot of questions. Whether they'll get answered or not, I don't know. But at least a Comey trial should bring a lot of that out. Whether Comey gets convicted of anything or not, maybe we can get some questions and answered and get some legislative changes if they can get the government back to work. And again, that might be one of the reasons that Schumer really doesn't want to get back to work. Because if you recall, him and the guy out there in California, they always called pencil neck there. How many times we say, I hear him say, I've got the proof right here. I've got the proof right here. I've seen the proof. And then when they get into hearings and they'd ask him, well, this is a confidential hearing. Where's the proof? Well, I really don't have the proof. And then go right out to the press and say, I've got the proof. I have the proof. I have the proof. So, if we did nothing more but to get rid of that guy, but we'll just have to wait and see. And as far as AOC and all those other people, I don't know. Who knows? People might be foolish enough to put them in. They put them in the first time, but if the truth comes out, we won't have to worry about it. And one last thing here, that deal down there in Venezuela, when we went through our energy crisis, why we went through that still needs to be answered, because we didn't need Saudi Arabian oil. At that time, we had good relations with Venezuela, and Venezuela actually has more oil than Saudi Arabia. So why we went through that, it was after they formed Aramco, Arabian American Oil Company. And so whether that had anything to do with it or the oil companies wanted to make a profit, who knows? But we really didn't need to go through the oil crisis. And if LBJ hadn't been making so much money on defense stocks, we might not have even had to go through the Vietnam War. But that's just all kind of questions or anything of that nature. But those two events drastically changed America, and it's taken advantage of for them to put a lot of bad legislation in. So all I can say is that whenever Trump come along and stopped all the political correctness, BS, and all this other type of stuff, and nobody else would do it. Everybody would run from it. And so he stood up, and he had enough money that he could basically survive all those flings, and he didn't need anybody to make him. He made it on his own. That was the one big reason that I voted for him to begin with. And there are some things he did that I kind of questioned. Well, really, the one big thing was I still don't know why he got into the tariff fight with our friends, but maybe he seen something I didn't. But that's the one thing that it seems to be working out. But the big thing is that we quite simply got into a situation to where it's going to be a battle to get back out of it. And if we can pull off the Israeli deal and start putting Hamas and all the terrorist groups in their place, and we can shut all their supporters down here in the United States and keep working the way they are, the people that like Holman and Kristi Noem and ICE and all those people that are actually working hard. And who knows, Trump might even invoke the Insurrection Act if it keeps getting much worse and these judges keep acting the way they are. And if he invokes the Insurrection Act, there'll be a lot of people that won't be able to run for office. So maybe that's the solution. I don't know. But that was the point of going American. The other thing, that bird flu thing, I'm glad I'm not in the poultry industry anymore, because something about that just doesn't sound right, Steve. I don't know if they're not letting them put medication in their water, or they're not testing their water or their feed. And they were actually feeding some chicken feather meal and one thing or another back to the birds, and they should stop feeding any of the poultry byproduct meal and everything else back to the chickens. So, like I said, I don't know how much of a full-on thing, but you did, and some chickens actually get immune to them. So when you destroy a whole flock, or they have these great big, the big compounds, I'll say right now, chicken laying or poultry laying operations, and when they destroy every bird in that poultry laying operation, that's a big job of overkill.
Yep, so. Exactly. And that's we've learned that the last couple of years, and I hope that's not the route they're going to take, but it sounds like they are. But hey, final hour just ahead. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit Tell360.com today to learn more.
Of your future with Transport Enterprise Leasing. You could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tell is here to help you succeed. Visit Tell360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is pointing the finger at his Republican colleagues as the partial government shutdown continues in its 9th day.
They urge Republicans to back away from their corner and have serious negotiations with the American people, serious negotiations that the American people deserve and expect before people get sick.
A pair of measures to reopen the government fell short of the 60 votes needed. Around 750,000 federal workers have been furloughed due to this shutdown. A memo circulating from the White House Office of Management and Budget reportedly suggests that at least some of the workers are not guaranteed back pay. The ceasefire plan agreed to by Israel and Hamas is being taken up by the entire Israeli cabinet.
I think it's going to be great. I think the hostages will be coming back Monday or Tuesday. I'll probably be there. I hope to be there.
The deal is expected to be ratified. The first phase of the U.S. brokered deal would include the release of all remaining hostages in Gaza and would also include a conditional Israeli withdrawal from Gaza and the release of some Palestinian prisoners. President Trump said he thinks the hostages will all be released on Monday or Tuesday, and he's expected to issue a declaration that the war between Israel and Hamas is officially over. Russia's deputy foreign minister says peace talks with Ukraine have stalled.
According to the Kyiv Independent, Russian officials say the pause in negotiations is largely exhausted due to the efforts of opponents, primarily Europeans. The foreign minister's comments follow a series of Russian drones which entered NATO airspace and raised security concerns. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow fell by 243 points. The S&P 500 lost 18 points, and the NASDAQ also dropped by 18 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Tensions are heating up between President Trump and Illinois leaders as the White House considers invoking the Insurrection Act.
The president blasted Illinois Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker and Chicago's mayor, accusing them of failing to protect ICE officers.
When you have a group of people where the police call off the safety for ICE officials, I've understood that, and I've read it today in numerous journals, that that's illegal.
The 19th century law would allow active duty troops to be deployed in U.S. cities. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The judge who sentenced Sean Diddy Combs to 50 months in prison last week is responding to his request to serve time at a New Jersey prison.
The rapper and business mogul requested to serve time at the low-security Fort Dix Federal Correctional Facility, which has a drug rehabilitation program. The judge responded to the request, agreeing Combs should do time as close to New York City as possible, but could not assign a specific prison. The judge said the Bureau of Prisons chooses the exact facility where someone serves, but did recommend Combs be placed in the metropolitan area and in a substance abuse program. I'm Natalie Migliori.
Rolling Stone's out with its list of the 250 greatest songs of the 21st century so far.
Missy Elliott's Get Your Freak On is tops on the list. It's followed by the Yeah Yeah Yeahs, Maps, Beyonce and Jay-Z's Crazy in Love, and the White Stripes' Seven Nation Army. E! Magazine says the list sets out to capture the full chaotic glory of 21st century music, one song at a time. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, get that final hour off and rolling. Here on a Friday. All right, so Plowboy brought it up earlier. Eagle also mentioned, I guess, FreightWaves, was sharing the story about 8 hours ago. They posted. And of course, the YouTuber Mother Trucker, I guess, broke the news that Montgomery Transport had filed Chapter 7 bankruptcy, ceased operations effective immediately. 1,000 employees out of work as they file for bankruptcy. The sudden shutdown, according to FreightWaves again, has left hundreds of drivers stranded across the country as the leadership for the company instructed them to halt operations. This abrupt closure represents a big-time disruption in the trucking industry, has created immediate challenges for both drivers and clients that are dependent on Montgomery's freight services. It's kind of a deja vu of drivers stranded all over the country. The company officially announced their Chapter 7 filing, which indicates a complete liquidation rather than reorganization. Unlike a Chapter 11, which allows companies to restructure while they continue operations, Chapter 7 means the complete cessation of business. That announcement came suddenly, with employees receiving notification with almost no advance warning, forcing an immediate operational halt across the entire company's network. So as we said, approximately 1,000 employees losing their jobs, including 600 truck drivers who were actively working on deliveries all over the country. The company's instructed drivers who are close to home to return and await further instructions. Those currently completing deliveries told to finish their current loads, but not accept any new assignments. The widespread impact has created an immediate employment crisis for hundreds of families dependent on the company for their livelihoods, according to the internal communications shared by employees. Montgomery Transport's financial troubles started unfolding earlier this year. Back in June, the company's principal owner, One Equity Partners, reportedly decided to exit the trucking industry and sell the company. Well, by July of this year, P&S Transportation had begun their due diligence to purchase Montgomery, with a planned closing date of September 30th. However, September 26th A lawsuit and restraining order filed by Rollins Montgomery reportedly halted that sale. With the traditional purchase agreement derailed, the company attempted to proceed with the sale through Chapter 11. By October 8, 2 days ago, the situation deteriorated further when creditors failed to reach consensus terms, forcing the company to convert to Chapter 7 and shut down operations entirely. In their communication to drivers, Montgomery Transport has stated that payroll is being protected for work already performed. Drivers currently delivering loads, again, have been instructed to complete those deliveries, assuring that they'll be compensated. The company directed drivers near the Birmingham terminal to return there. Those closer to their homes told to return home. Despite those provisions, the sudden closure leaves a lot of uncertainty regarding final payments, benefits, other employment-related matters. This obviously has a profound emotional impact on employees. One employee said, "It's an emotional day, as Montgomery is out of business, effective immediately, asking for prayers as hundreds of drivers and office employees are now without a job." Another said, "I poured my heart and soul into this company. I love the trucking industry. I love my truck driver buddies. I'm sorry. I'm heartbroken." The trucking community responding quickly, with competing carriers reaching out to some of those displaced drivers with employment opportunities. Several companies have specifically directed their recruiting departments to contact former Montgomery Transport drivers, recognizing the skilled workforce that's suddenly available in the market. This sudden closure, though, represents not only a business failure, but a significant disruption for hundreds of families. While truck drivers may find new opportunities due to their specialized skills, office staff, support personnel, they'll face a more challenging job market. This highlights the fragility of transportation companies in today's economy and ripple effects when such operations cease. As the situation continues to develop, the focus remains on supporting those displaced workers while the legal and financial aftermath of the bankruptcy unfolds in the weeks ahead. So, there you go, from FreightWaves, posted late this past evening. All right, Grump, welcome back. How about that? That was kind of a blind side for a lot of guys out there.
Yeah, I wonder what drove them into bankruptcy, because that was a profitable company at one time. I don't know if they just mismanaged funds or what was going on with them. That's kind of weird that and terrible too in the same respect. There, you got 1,000 people that just running out. Now watch out for the fraud, the counterfeit drivers that'll be in truck stops saying, "Hey, I'm a Montgomery driver, and and I need to try to get home, and can you help me out here?" I gave a guy one time in over in Oak Grove, Missouri, gave at the Petro, gave him $20, and hell, I'll help you out. He said, "I'm trying to get a bus ticket and all this stuff," and it was from one of the companies that went bankrupt. I think it was Arrow, and I said, "Yeah, here, man, and everything," and then he stuck $20 in his pocket and went over to another truck, and then he walked over and got in a damn pickup truck and left. And so that ended that deal right there. I'll never give another driver another dollar. I mean, or anyone another dollar like that until unless they could verify, number one. But Vic keyed up on something there about, and it's something that's always kind of ticked me off is, when all that stuff was going on with Trump, when they, this false dossier and everything, I don't think they were ever looking for an investigation on that, not one bit. The more I read about it, the only thing that they needed to do was have the FBI give their verification that they could neither confirm nor deny that this happened. And Hillary Clinton and that bunch pretty much bought that, that validation with all the crap that they, created around Trump, with this Russian hoax and everything that went with it. And so many times in this country, Steve, we have had this one little phrase that has worked with government for eons, and that is plausible deniability.
Mm-hmm.
They can be up to their ears in something, and as soon as somebody keys in on it or some investigation goes, and it used to be through journalism. Journalists would actually get off their ass and start investigating reports of whatever was going on in this country, and of course they would report. This is another case of plausible deniability. It's expanded to the point now where journalists don't care. They just go along with whatever they hear. How many of them actually stepped up and said, "Is this true? Can we investigate this? Do you have any kind of validation that this is true that's going on with Trump?" Hell no, they didn't. They ran with it on the 6 o'clock news that, reports just in, we just learned, through our sources that Donald Trump, was in Russia, getting peed on or whatever the hell it was. But, they had no intentions on doing that. And if Trump had not have been such a loudmouth, and I mean that in a good way, when he walked down that staircase, he started calling out everybody, the swamp and Republicans, Democrats, everybody. So I would say everybody in that, from those days had a hand in that. Anybody that he mentioned their name was all for this, what was it, Crossfire Hurricane or some crap like that they, the code named it. And it's when you bounce back and you got dumbass, that big old fat Pritzker made that comment about Trump being a felon. I got a guy convicted of 2 felonies. He's also the president of the United States, you lard-ass governor. And if it wasn't for Chicago and Springfield, Illinois, he would not be the lard-ass governor he is today. He'd just be a lard-ass. And so I can't wait to see what's going to happen up here in Chicago. And it's, whether how many judges is going to weigh in on this and saying, no, you can't claim insurrection or this or that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand why in the hell Donald Trump, number one, doesn't have Kristi Noem or somebody deputize every guardsman that wants to go up there and respond up there. Just deputize them. Just say, here, report in, we'll throw a uniform on you other than military clothes, or whatever. You can go right back in the military whenever this is done. But if you want to be deputized, fine. And that goes for any law enforcement officer that has a commission card, throughout the United States. If they want to join in on this, hell, just think about it. If 2 cops from every precinct in the United States or every city in the United States that supported Donald Trump was to say, hey, deputize me, I'll do it for nothing, and they did that, what would happen? My God, there'd be an army of police officers that could put a stop to this crap right off the bat. But they probably won't do that because of one little thing, and that's optics. That's optics. They don't want to see so many people that military or so many, I don't know. It just, I would do it. But did you read the part or see that comment about that idiot general out of Portland or out of Oregon that was talking about he would protect the rioter or as he called them, the
protesters.
What the hell did he call them? The protesters, and he had another word he used too. But he would protect them from bodily harm. To me, right off the bat, somebody and Trump has, he's the commander in chief of all military. It doesn't make a damn whether it's a guard or reservist. He has the right to call them up if he needs to be, needs to. Look at how many of them Guard and reservists died over in Iraq and places like that and went over there and fought simply because they got orders from the commander-in-chief to go. It's not just the governor has that kind of clout in those areas. But this guy should have been arrested, because what he is basically saying is that he will take up arms against the United States government if they give him due cause to do that. If he believes that they're going to harm protesters, and they're just defending themselves from that bunch of Antifa jackasses, why he's not in prison right now or at least relieved of duty and, with pending charges coming about, it's beyond me. That, everything that he said just pointed directly at, the hell with the president of the United States, the hell with the commander-in-chief. I'm the man that's going to make these decisions. But he does not do that. No, he does not. And he's got that dumbass governor out there that in Oregon that's, got his back apparently. I don't know. They're probably golfing buddies or something. I don't know. But you know what I'm saying? It's we have let this stuff fester in this country until something drastic has to happen. It has to happen soon. When you got gangs that are running wild on streets and stuff like that, and judges that just slap a no bail sign on their butts and send them right back out for more havoc and chaos, we got a breakdown in our judicial system. Definitely a breakdown in the judicial system. And you got Republicans, or even if they find out they're a Republican, number one, it's like, you got a target on your back from both the thugs and the justice system. And I don't know, man. I'll tell you, this. Did you ever think that this would ever happen in this country?
No.
What
No.
we're seeing today?
Right. Nope.
And kids have missed out on so much. I mean, they can, people puts too damn much misinformation, and that's another thing that, he was talking about pencil neck. Misinformation is the greatest campaign for the naive and the uninformed. Because all they're going to do is listen to that person, that one person that pops up with name recognition, which is Adam Schiff, in California. That's the only reason that jackass won that seat, was name recognition. I mean, people couldn't tell you two things he did that was good for California, because it's never happened. And they can offer up the worst misinformation campaigns, and they can talk, like I said, right there on the House floor, go out there and blatantly lie about what's going on in this country, and not a damn thing happens to them, because they have certain immunities that has been that's came down since the 1800s, when they started granting individuals those types of immunities that they wouldn't be prosecuted, and that is members of Congress, for saying something that wasn't quite true. But yet, if I go in front of Congress, or you go in front of Congress, and we just happen to mess up just one little thing where they can one statement where they can deem it as a falsehood or deception, guess what? We're gonna get some handcuffs slapped on us for lying to Congress. But yet they can step out there and do this crazy stuff. It's just, I don't know, man. I'll tell you, I never dreamed we'd be at this point in our lives in this country, and I blame so much of it on the internet. I honest to God, I do. People walk around with that damn phone in their hand, just reading stupid stuff that doesn't have to be true. It just has to be on there, and then they can make, believe what they want to believe. I've had so many arguments with people about this stuff, Steve. But I tell you, one of the things that the other day when I was over here at the Guard Shack where I'm going today, I seen two Mexican or Hispanics. They were arguing over voter ID. One was saying that's the only way you're going to get elections that are going to be fair, free and fair. And come to find out, they're both from Texas, but they're working up here in Nebraska, up here at one of the packing houses. And the lady, I call her a girl, she's probably 40 years old, and she is a big chick, man. She's quite large. And she made a statement. She said, it would be fine if people had to validate or bring in something like a birth certificate, but that's not it. They're allowing voter identification off of an electric bill. And he said, no. He's kind of getting on her about it. And she goes, they lie all the time on government forms. And he said, she's sitting there and she said, I got my license renewed yesterday. And do you honestly think I weigh 105 pounds? And she holds up her damn license. And I'm standing there and she said, you say any word and I'll knock your old ass out. And it was one of the funniest things that, but she made a valid point. That they're going to use any kind of misinformation they can on voter IDs unless it is backed up by a legitimate, citizenship or a birth certificate or something other than just a damn receipt saying you paid your rent or your car insurance. Who in the hell does that?
Right.
But anyway, that's I just want to, kind of cast that out there. You talked about ADHD a little bit ago. Did I ever tell you about that kid that we had a birthday party? I think I might have said something, but they brought him over to the house, and he, his dad was a surgeon, general practitioner, but he went into surgery. His mom was a nurse practitioner, and this kid, his dad got out of the car and brought out this chair, and he set it down. And he said, "This is his timeout chair." He said, if he starts acting up, he says, he said, we're trying to change his medication right now, so he hasn't been taking any. Just make him sit in the chair and, 3 minutes, and then let him go. So, all right. So they unbuckled this little monster. Boom. He hit the ground and took off, and there was, 15, 16 kids there, was at a birthday party. They were there for my son when he was little. I think he was about 5 or 6. And he knocks this kid on his ass. His dad sitting there, come here. Just ignored him. And I said, hey, hollered at him, and he turned around, and I said, get your little butt over here. So he come walking over there, and I said, you see what this is? And he said, yes, it's my timeout chair. I said, bull. I said, that's a damn murder weapon. I said, you do that crap again, I'm going to beat you to death with that chair. We never had another problem with that kid. His dad just looked at me and said, all right, you got this. I'll see you later. But when he come to pick him up, the kid spent the night with us. Great kid, after all. But we was talking, his dad, and he said, I'm a doctor. He said, and a surgeon. He said, we just had so much problem. I said, why don't you try being a damn parent once? And instead of trying to diagnose him, why don't you discipline him? And when he starts acting up like that, I said, let's take a look at these other kids around here of, parents that are, that are just medium income people, They make their kids toe the line. At least I made mine do it. And I never had that kind of a problem, but we never had any more problem with him. He was a good kid. He just, Dad, he just, they just try to be this uppity. And I think that's what's wrong with so much in kids today, and so many times that they're misdiagnosed, is parents just refuse to be parents. I don't know whether they think that the government's going to step in and slap them senseless, or fine them or take the kids away or what, or whether they're just lazy and think that, let that TV be the parent for a little while. Let him sit and play them video games and maybe he'll calm down. That don't work. Every once in a while, you got to boot that boy in the butt, or one of them. I mean, that was my biggest fear when I was growing up as a kid. We didn't have all that garbage, but the only thing that I feared the most about anything was that ass whooping waiting at the house when I got out and goofing up, and knew that Dad was going to take care of business.
Fear of pain. I never liked the infliction of pain, right? All right, we got to get a news update. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Things are getting heated as the partial government shutdown moves past the 1 week mark.
Reporters watched as Republican Congressman Mike Lawler and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries faced off in a hallway on Capitol Hill.
But you don't want to hear what I have to say. Oh, I'm listening. Why don't you just keep your mouth shut?
On Wednesday, the Senate rejected 2 competing measures for the 6th time aimed at bringing the shutdown to an end. The Democrats' plan includes health care reforms, while the GOP plan would keep government funding at the same levels until a larger bill could be worked out. The shutdown shutdown has so far lasted over a week. The longest on record happened in 2018 during President Trump's first term and lasted 34 days. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow fell by 243 points. The S&P 500 lost 18 points, and the Nasdaq also dropped by 18 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, back at it here. Heading down the home stretch on a Friday morning. Vic earlier brought up the indictment. James Comey, now Letitia James gets added to the list. Christopher Wray, according to some reports, may be next on the list. And there may be others. But the whole irony of Letitia James, and for those, the media trying to say, this is Trump's revenge. It's evidence presented to a grand jury. The grand jury, not Donald Trump, makes the determination as to whether they believe improprieties have taken place, crimes have been committed. The grand jury in the Eastern District of Virginia returned that indictment yesterday on Letitia James. Mortgage fraud, based on claims that she misrepresented property records and loan applications to secure more favorable financing. According to the letter from the Federal Housing Finance Director, Letitia James made false statements on multiple documents that includes A, listing a Virginia property as her primary residence when it was not. B, filing Brooklyn records showing her multifamily building had 5 units instead of 4. What difference did that make? It made a difference on the financing options. C, submitting a mortgage application claiming she was her father's spouse. Now, she's been under scrutiny for at least one suspected instance of misrepresenting the investment property as her primary residence or secondary residence, a move that could save thousands of dollars in interest rates. Now, Halligan is the U.S. attorney handling the case, that is a Trump appointee, replacing Eric Siebert, who was ousted after showing reluctance to pursue cases against both Letitia James and James Comey. Both of them, of course, longtime Trump critics. But it's a grand jury. I know, Grump, you've said on more than one occasion, oftentimes a grand jury might be, would be willing to indict Mickey Mouse.
Yeah. One thing you'll see with the grand jury is, number one, it doesn't. All it's got to be is unanimous. It doesn't have to. A majority rule. In a grand jury. Second thing that you look at it's only prosecution. It's only the charges that are being read. There's nothing there to refute those charges or have any kind of a defense attorney there or anybody else. So, sometimes you think about that and you think, well, maybe would they have been indicted if they'd had somebody there that could, come back on those? Well, then I got to thinking about it. Well, they got their opportunity in the day in court to do that.
Right.
If they can produce that and say that there's a likelihood that these crimes did occur, a greater likelihood that there is sufficient evidence here to proceed with a trial, and then they throw that, go ahead and get the indictment, maybe it's sealed or not, maybe not, I don't know. But, if they go ahead with this indictment and charges are read, the person is charged, and they got that opportunity. So, any felony, it's got to go in front of in most states has to go in front of a grand jury. So, and the more I think about it, I think, maybe that's a good thing, because if I'm going to prove my innocence, you could charge me, with whatever, but if I want to prove my innocence and mount a viable defense, then I'll have that opportunity after the charges has been read. It also kind of gives the prosecutor or the district attorney an opportunity to present that to a third party, which would be the grand jury, and to say, this is what we have on this individual. What do you think? Basically. And I've had to testify in front of several different grand juries, at the time, and most are just, really quick, yes, no answers. They don't want a lot of information involved in it. You read your arrest reports and things like that to them, and they make those decisions. So I think that's kind of a good thing right now. But I want to say something on Alvin Bragg, because damn well that guy, he had to falsify something, on Trump, the way that he went at him. And it wouldn't bother me if they went after the two judges also, to that is just to prove that there was judicial bias on their parts, and maybe disbar them from, in a lot of states you don't have to be an attorney to be a judge. All you got to do is be as knowledgeable of the law. Tennessee's one of them, but in New York, I do think you have to be an attorney and had to practice law at one time. But it'd be nice seeing them guys get disbarred. On that healthcare thing, Steve, a second ago, the top five, I believe they made around $40 billion in profits. Let me ask you this: have you ever heard any Democrat, any of them? You remember back when they were trying to get more drilling here in the United States and offer up more leases and more grants and stuff like that to the oil companies who were trying to produce cleaner energies. And you had Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, Chuck Schumer, so many others were standing there. Nancy Pelosi was talking about windfall profits of the oil companies going back to the people. Have you ever heard a damn thing about windfall profits off of insurance companies going back to the people? I mean, they have a mandate in there that they have to use a certain percentage of it, but they were talking about basically nationalizing the oil companies and all the profits go back as tax. I have never heard anything, one thing, but probably because they invested so heavily into it prior to Obamacare. They knew this was going to come about. And I just kind of curious is if the government stopped propping up insurance companies and saying we're not going to fund anything else, and if individuals like myself or like you that wanted to set up something with a hospital that we're happy with and say I want to pay you a certain fee that would cover me if I'm in the hospital, and have a backup policy like a catastrophic policy or something like that you pay on that's really cheap, that would kick in if anything major happened. You think the government would want something like that? You think that the Democrats would say, hey, that's a good idea. Maybe we can give more money to the hospitals, and if they lower their prices, instead of giving them to a third party, an insurance company, only to have them tell you, no, you can't have this procedure done, but yet they got that damn check anyway. So Obamacare sucks, man. I mean, it's crap. Number one, they came right out in the middle of it, when they were doing it, and said that they wanted to make this so onerous, so many mandates, such a regulatory nightmare that it would cause the collapse of the healthcare system, and there would be a single payer system.
Bingo.
They could send everything over to Medicaid or whatever. That's exactly what they wanted, but yet they keep propping up insurance companies instead of demonizing them for failing to provide the service that you're paying for. I mean, hell, like I said, I'm by the time everything's said and done, I'm $1,800 a month, with all the things that my wife has to have. Man, that's a lot of damn money, buddy.
Yeah, the kind of money that most people can't do that. 100%. That's a mortgage payment and then some in most cases. All right, Grump, good to hear from you. Thanks for chiming in. Speaking of the oil and gas drilling, this past day, we're rolling back step by step, incrementally, all the Green New Deal stuff. The federal government considering canceling $12 billion in funding for clean energy projects beyond the cuts that were announced just last week. There was a list of targeted projects that Reuters News was shown this past day. The projects on the list include two major direct air capture hubs that received billion-dollar awards from the administration of former President Joe Biden, including one that involves the oil company Occidental. This so-called kill list represents an escalation in the push against clean energy. The possible new cancellations a week after the Department of Energy announced plans to cancel $7.56 billion in financing for hundreds of projects that it said would not provide return to the taxpayers. Meanwhile, congressional Republicans voting this past day, Thursday, to roll back restrictions on mining, drilling, and other development in 3 western states, advancing the ambitions to expand energy production from public lands. Senators voted 50-46 to repeal land management plans that were adopted in the final weeks of the Biden administration for large areas of Alaska, Montana, North Dakota. That timing made the plans vulnerable to the Congressional Review Act, which allows Congress to terminate rules that are finalized near the end of a president's term. The resolutions require a simple majority in each chamber, and they take effect upon the president's signature. So that's a done deal. The House approved the repeals last month in votes largely along party lines. Trump's expected to sign these measures, which will boost a proposed 211-mile road through the Alaska wilderness to allow mining of copper, cobalt, gold, other minerals. Trump ordered the approval of the Ambler Road project earlier this week, saying this is going to unlock copper, cobalt, other critical minerals that we need to compete with China. Copper used in the production of cars, electronics, even renewable energy technologies like wind turbines. The Biden-era restrictions also included a block on new mining leases in the nation's most productive coal-producing regions, the Powder River Basin in Montana, Wyoming. Earlier this week, the administration held the biggest coal sale in that area in more than a decade, drawing a single bid of $186,000 for 167.5 million tons of coal, or about a tenth of a penny per ton. There's much more on the list, but let me get to, I didn't expect we would hear from Brother Rambler this morning. Supposed to be resting those vocal cords, but hello there.
Well, praise God, Brother Steve, and hello, man. I'm glad to be on the air with you. I'm having to talk a little easy tonight, and appreciate the shout-out you gave me way earlier. I'd actually had to give the Sandman some of my time, so I missed it, but I got a few text messages from some of the listeners that said, hey, Steve just let us all know about your vocal cord. I said, well, I appreciate that. So yes. I appreciate you, Steve. And as Grump was talking a while ago, and I hope Grump is still listening, he got me tickled talking about that youngin', the timeout chair. Got me thinking about that episode of Andy Griffith. You probably will know what I'm talking about. That episode of Andy Griffith with that spoiled little old boy when Barney impounded his bicycle and wanted it back. And
yep.
Yeah. So you mean to tell me you have an old-fashioned woodshed? Yes, sir. I got an old-fashioned woodshed right out back, and took your son out back to that good old-fashioned woodshed. Yeah, man, I tell you what, I never liked having to spank my children, and I never did it unless they needed it. I always told my children. I told all 4 of them. I said, I'll give you one warning. And I'll tell you, when you mess up and you do something wrong, I will point it out to you and tell you, this is what you did, don't do it again. You do it again, you're going to get a spanking because you know you ain't supposed to do it, and you disobeyed me, you did it anyways. So I had to spank my children sometimes I had to, and I didn't like having to do it, but sometimes it's got to be done. Just like, how the Lord has to do us, he has to chastise us once in a while. I want to answer Knucklebuster. last night he said about how he went on about brotherly love, agape love. Agape love is the highest form of love, Steve, that a Christian can show another Christian. And the best form of agape love is what Jesus did for us when he hung on the cross. I mean, when my Lord and Savior hung there, he was beat to a pulp. The Bible says he was unrecognizable. Like a sheep being led to his shearers, he didn't say a word. He was unrecognizable. And when he hung there between heaven and earth, and they walked by and said, King, if thou art a king, save thyself. And they would walk by and, say, look at him. Everyone else he claims he saved, but he can't even save himself. And they made fun of him and spit on him and everything else. You know what he did? He could have called 10,000 angels and could have wiped that whole place out. You know what he did? The highest form of love, agape love. Forgive them, Lord, for they know not what they do. So when I say I love you because Christ loved me first. And if Christ can love me, and he did, then I can show the same kind of love to my brothers and my sisters out there, and I do. Steve, I don't know how many people are listening that they lost a wife, they lost a husband, they lost a mother, they lost a father who sits behind the wheel, or they sit in their house, and they go all day long without a phone call, without a word from anybody. Or how many people have not heard the words, I love you, I care about you, I think about you. There's so many people listening to this show right now who are going through that same thing right now. If I could just call the show up at least 3 times a week and pour my heart out and let them know, hey, you know what? I love you. Because Christ loved me first, and because Christ loved me and died for my sins, I can love you the same way. That's all worth it to me. We won't be doing any live services the next couple of weeks. I do have to rest my voice. And for those of you who do follow us at Determined Ministries Church, I can get pretty boisterous, pretty loud. That's called the anointing of the Holy Spirit. And I just let him have his way. I don't ever get in the way of the Holy Ghost having his way in our church. So the next couple of Sundays we will be doing, I got a bunch of old videos I'm going to repost of our services. Y'all just keep praying for me. Can't talk for too long because, like I said, they put the scope down me. And I know you've been in the radio business for a long time. I know you've had to have the endoscopy. And, man, they put this stuff up my nose. And, Steve, oh, my Lord, it was horrible tasting. It was nasty. I'm thinking to myself, I used to drink back in the day. And I said, I told the nurse, I said, well, I used to, drink a little Jack Daniels once in a while. I can handle that. That was, good Lord, that was worse than that, man. So, but just some bruising on my vocal cords. But thank God there was no mass, no polyps, no nothing like that. I just got to take it easy. And that's what we're going to do. So we're just going to take it easy, get vocal rest. If some of you call me, I don't answer the phone. It ain't because I don't love you. I do love you. Just I can't talk for long periods of time. I just got to try and rest my vocal cords. But, I appreciate what Steve Mulvaney said. That was real encouraging from Brother Steve, that, hey, they're, the ones that follow us at Determined Ministries Church, they're not going nowhere, and I really appreciate that. And God bless you all out there. Know that I love you. I'm praying for you, and thank you for praying for the Blackwell family. I will be doing her going home services through Blackwell. That's going to be on the 19th of October, and I've already committed to do that. So I'm going to be getting the voice rested up for that. And, hey, we're going to be back, and we're going to be strong, loud, boisterous, singing some of your favorite songs. Old Brother Dale Nold, old Buckwheat already gave me a song request, so we're going to be working on that and, getting ready to sing I'll Fly Away for Ash and Mario Kart, and he'll just be ready to preach the house down when we go back live. So
there you go.
But we love you out there, God's children. We love you, and remember this. Remember this, love is more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And Steve was praying for Uncle Fred. Fight, Fred, fight. That's our war cry. Fight, Fred, fight. We love you, Steve. God bless you. Have a great weekend.
All right. And yes, good luck resting the vocal cords. I did not get back to the rest of the story, so quickly. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration investigating Tesla once again, vehicles driving through red lights, other instances of dangerous driving. Bloomberg reports the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has launched the investigation after reports of the EV giant's vehicles driving dangerously while using the full self-driving software. This investigation covers, they tell us, an estimated 2.9 million Tesla vehicles, initiated after they became aware of 58 separate incidents involving the driver assistance system. The reported incidents include cases where Tesla vehicles drove through red lights, traveled in the wrong direction on roads, several of those resulting in crashes and injuries, although no fatalities reported. Within the scope of the current investigation, they specifically cited 6 reports where a Tesla vehicle with full self-driving engaged approached an intersection with a red traffic signal, continued to travel into the intersection against the red light, and was subsequently involved in a crash. Noted that multiple incidents occurred at the same intersection in Maryland, prompting Tesla to take action to address the issue at that specific location. Breitbart News reported last month that Tesla drivers have reported full self-driving struggling with train crossings, including some near-miss collisions with trains. One Tesla owner from North Texas narrowly avoided a potentially catastrophic collision with his Tesla that failed to recognize an approaching train at a railroad crossing. With the crossing arms were down. It felt like it was going through the arms. So obviously I slammed on the brakes. Video evidence from the car's cameras corroborated his account, and a subsequent test at the same crossing yielded similar results, the Tesla software failing to detect the oncoming train. Now, that experience, his, is not an isolated one. At least 6 other Tesla drivers have reported problems at rail crossings, 4 of which provided video evidence. So investigation's ongoing there. All right, with that, we'll have to close out another work week here. Enjoy your weekend. Safe travels out there. When we come back at the midnight hour Eastern Time, Sunday night into a Monday morning, I hope you'll join us for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,